bit longer? Understood. I don't like damage, unless it's necessary.
If you want
there's no fluking between success and failure.
Let me double their trouble.
Mission accomplished.
Man, those guys were weak. I regret not giving them a few whacks with the staff here.
Hello. Hi. Oh, it's small. Well, it's fine now. So yeah, I was farming the stage because I was full on sanity. Oopsie.
Doctor,
Let's get
there's new
full. Oh
movement on the
no.
tides. We need to talk.
My name
Let's
is
quickly
Thank
grab
you.
all of this. Okay, so well,
Captain
hi.
Reserve Op Team A6.
Hi.
Reporting it.
The plan is very much well, realize the realities, right? We are pretty close, so that shouldn't take too long. Honestly, I believe we can probably manage that in for probably just like 2 or 3 hours. I mean, obviously it depends on how long they are, but the stages. But I assume we should be completely fine in like 2 or 3 hours. And after that, we will do some drawing. That's the plan, at least. And then, well, it will depend on the time if I'll do something else or if I'll end it there. If you don't know, the thing that I will be drawing, it's Eben Holt on a throne. Yeah, for later. And yeah, how long did I not play this game? How is everything full?
Doctor,
It never happens to me,
What a noisy place. The decor here is really different from
or
back
very
home.
rarely.
Can I apply for a more comfortable chair?
Ventilation's fine. Visibility's excellent. Good. That's conducive to getting my work done.
Did I see a red shadow flash by?
If only we had a surf.
I'm checking
You
on the
can
medical
all
supplies
probably
here.
swap.
I
You two
hope
can
I
swap.
turn on the lights, little handy.
Okay.
Hey, little steward. What should I do next?
Okay, wait. Okay. Anyways, so I played a bunch of Destiny. I played a bit of Destiny.
Friendly reminder.
We played yesterday
You're running
with
out of
Ark and
time
Lyra.
to boss me around.
After the stream, right? We tried to do Grandmaster Nightfall. They didn't work out. Yeah. We lost. We gave it, I think, like 3 tries, was it? Was it 3? And then we just went and progressed campaign a little bit because it was kinda getting late. Oh, I see I'm getting close to a level up. Nice. So yeah, but you know, at some point we'll be good enough to do that. I did get some like better armor. It's not like the best piece, but I got like a cloak of the Rasputin set that has weapon class and super stats. You know exactly what I'm talking about, I'm sure. And the only problem is that it has like the special little thingy that's like +5 to something,
Just
but
a
-5 to
friendly
something.
reminder. The ice
Is on
melted.
health.
It's rude to keep a bartender
So-
and her drinks waiting.
Yeah, I don't want health. I would want the little thingy to be on like anything else, really. Yeah. No, okay, that's not true. I would need it on super class or weapons. And I don't even know if weapons would work right now, because then I would either have to be on 195 or 205, which would be a waste. So, well, whatever though. So yeah, that's about it for what I've done. I believe. Did not even write videos since yesterday we ended somewhat late. Actually, it wasn't that late. We ended at like 8. But it's still like 2 hours later than normally, right? And then we went to play Destiny. like a few hours after that. And today we'll be playing Destiny. We'll be doing a raid, some multiple ones, probably. Well, it will depend on how well it goes, I guess. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to it. That will be fun. What band? No, yeah. So yeah, that's about it. Let's play the video game. Huh. Okay. So we'll go to 8 before. And yeah, we have just 2 stages. Like, you know, one normal stage and one story stage. Report. Okay, fuck. All pods on the levitation layer are now connected to the detonation web. We have all people on the lower levels evacuating people from all square. Yeah, I was thinking that I forgot something, but well, because I did. Let me just swap something real quick in my stream report. Two things, actually. Let me swap 2 things in my stream report. I'm sorry for stalling again. Okay, that's one thing. And this is the other one. And now everything should be good. Everything should be how I want it. Yeah. People are very passionate about the exhibition. Things will take some time, but it will not delay our plans. We'll detonate the levitation layer as soon as propeller paradise dogs have to as soon as propeller paradise dogs switch the district. Any movements from Ryan? We have taken 23 into custody. A dozen are still at large on the platforms. We have control of the 8 observation points. Those people are going in and out of the exhibit area and the ropeway stations. No special Ryan equipment other than standard maintenance gear. They're just playing hide. Okay, I'm getting a call. Give me a second. Hey, I'm expert at stalling today. Okay. They are just playing hide and seek. No plan B. Keep an eye on them. They don't know the details of Mainlander's plan, nor do they have any means of communication. Any last gasp effort is doomed to fail. Understood. The outline of Meg's DC, the most vibrant nomadic city in Colombia, is already visible from the roadway station's waiting area. The agents have not had a chance to enjoy the view of Propeller Paradise until now, with an excellent visibility. All the elaborate facilities of the levitation layer are brimming with vitality. Boats float in midair like aquatic creatures. Floating botanical units line up orderly between small platforms, forming a power grid that supports the entire layer. Wait, where did you say Ryan's people were? Exhibit area and roadway stations. Where exactly? Show me. Looking at their movements, there's no way they can reach a platform where there's 3 on other company spots. Could it be they are not trying to take back their turf at all? But Ryan's people, the testers, and the company's reps, they all seem to be flying around blindly in the dark. What's the point of it all? The agent casts a casual glance at the nearest planting unit. The unremarkable Rhine creation stands quietly. He suddenly realizes that the warning lights on their edges are easily visible their edges are easily visible even during the day, and they have been blinking irregularly for quite a while now. Spotters report that all the Rhine people have disappeared from sight. No, they didn't disappear. They are going in the same direction. There's a pattern to their movement. Everybody listen up. Destroy all the planting units you see along the way. They are not decorations. Ryan is using them to communicate. Cut off the exhibit area from the roadway station and find every one of those people playing hide and seek. Find out where they are hiding. What on earth are they thinking? Maybe they are thinking that, I don't know, like fucking destroying this floating platform was a bad fucking idea. Or like this, Propeller Paradise. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they think it's not a good call to do that. You have been looking outside the window for a while. You said you must win your gamble, and you have a reason. Yes. I'm in the middle of a gamble too. I have a rough idea what's going on in the Propeller Paradise, given the look on your face and the free fall that we just experienced. You wouldn't run this kind of risk with me for no reason, but there's nothing I can offer you now, except... You want the Lucky Sister Beast? You could say that. I want the contraband that Gordon Tannen sold you. Coming to the broadcast room to bother me when you should be preparing your own speech? You sure have a thick hide, Mr. Tannen. I would have died a long time ago if all my enemies refused to work with me ever again. Work with you? I'm afraid I can't. Melander has a laundry list of violations that I committed during my career. I don't want to spend the rest of my days giving prison tours. Neither are you looking for a peaceful life. Besides, my proposal has something to do with Melander. There's no better vantage point than here on Propeller Paradise. Oakley's too excited to notice, but I doubt you would miss what's going on. Well, if I gotta say it, The broadcast screen of the levitation layer are switching too quickly. They say it's because they are doing testing, which I'm not convinced about. There's a dozen testers on the square whom I don't recognize. They don't look like they are taking a stroll. They look like they are patrolling. Like they know that danger is impending. Are you trying to trick me into another plot? There's a plot afoot on Propel Paradise, alright? That's a fact. It's also a fact that I won't let Gustav make mockery out of this place in front of all of Columbia. You have 10 seconds, yes or no? What are the chances of success? 10%. Doesn't sound like a gamble you'd take. I don't have a choice with that old fox sitting across the table, holding all the cards. A plan almost certain to fail. Interesting. Tell me about it. I need you to convince as many people as possible to return to the levitation layer and retrieve the original equipment and arts units on the list. All contraband that you sold? I have far more potential than just sitting under the spotlight. You want to escape and take all of Propel Paradise with me. Gustav and Maylander never intended to allow the exhibition to go ahead. The opening ceremony was just a smokescreen. The levitation layer will fall a second time soon. But miracles don't happen a second time. The lucky sister beast can't allow to start over. Neither can most startups on Propel Paradise. Escape and take all of Propel Paradise. It's the only way to save both Propel Paradise and the people on the lower level. Propel Paradise has been traveling on the barren lands for 7 days, really short, and the plate is operating in safe mode. The basic propulsion module is not enough to change its direction. But the arts unit that the Lucky Sister Beast got was just a transformation stabilizer. It can supply enough energy to turn a plate. Correct. But it wasn't the only item that Tenant smuggled. You mean get all the contraband devices and build a makeshift propulsion module to make the plate deviate from its course? Not deviate, make an about face. About face? Have you any idea what you're saying? It's the direction of the borders. True. The procedures for cross-border travel is a little complicated. It would be treason. No, I can't go to jail. People need to see Lucky Sister Beast on the broadcast. My wife in Northwell needs to see it. In the interest of full disclosure, I must inform you that people won't see Lucky Sister Beast on the broadcast, whether we succeed or fail. No. I'm sorry, but I'm taking the unit, whether you give it up voluntarily or not. We don't have time. What's the point? We can't even leave the pod. Someone has unlocked it remotely. What? You see the floating botanical units outside the window? 3 flashes and a distress call. The current message is cycled after 5 continuous seconds of being lit. Right now, 3, 4, 5, 7 flashes. Wow, she really skipped saying 6, 7 there. Good job. Looks like the other units on the list have been retrieved. Everyone is rendezvousing on platform 7. Wait. The light went out. Keep yawning. I slept pretty well, I think. Like, I went to sleep like a little bit later. But, you know, compared to 2 days ago, it was completely fine. If you don't know, 2 days ago, I was playing Destiny until like 4 AM. Fun. What does that mean? I mean, it was fun. Also got solid armor, so can't be too mad, right? It means my lender knows what's up. We're in danger. Mr. Aspen, can you either come with me on your feet, or you can go to sleep right here, right now. People like us never get to choose, do we? Sit down. Gustav looks at the Savra, who has butted heads with him for 7 years, who now sits stiffly on a chair, like a potato wrapped in foil. He knows Yank officers well. They are angry, flamboyant, unhappy about everything, and frustrated about being restricted by rules. In the end, however, they all sit in the same chair that reflects their young spine, rectifies their young spine, and become a proper member of the upper stratum of Colombian society. As Gordon Tannen will. Once my lender's plan succeeds, the broadcaster room will switch over to cloud. Don't screw up. Put your usual attitude away. Sound sincere, devastated. It's the purple paradise you built. It's the purple paradise you built. It won't be hard to stir the appropriate emotions. Tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is going to be on the front page of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? And stop staring at your little freak. I know. You don't want to be Purple Paradise's sin eater, sharing the same spotlight as Nasty. But your little hodge-pocket trinket isn't going to save you. So I'm sitting in Gordon Tannen's defendant seat. Yes. I can follow you to the DOD once I apologize, according to the script. Do as you're told, and you'll rise quickly through the ranks. Yeah, guess what? I don't give a shit. What was that? I don't like that seat. It makes my scales itch. Broadcast countdown. Cloud restaurant. Stand by. Broadcast? Now? Impossible. No movement on the levitation layer. Didn't my lender screw up? Who's operating the broadcast? 3, 2, 1. Do it, 5-4. Yes, sir. What? Good job, 5-4. As the broadcast cuts through the cloud restaurant, Spacefin 054 leaps at an unprepared Gustav, pinning him to the ground. The screen on the restaurant lights up, and Gustav sees his own face, writhing in pain and shock. Who art? He knows that his face is being displayed on every screen in Propel Paradise. His contingency plans flash before his eyes, but Maylander's plan is in its final phase, leaving little room for distractions. His communicator lies in pieces on the ground, destroyed by Spacefin 054. Gordon stretches his neck and wrists, crashes the defendant's seat with his foot, and leisurely lies down on the sofa next to it. Oh, that felt good. By the way, tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is gonna be on the front page of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? You... What? You didn't expect to be immobilized by a little hobby made of fuel sky fever? Hobby made to fuel sky fever? You're the elder statesman of ATAO, planning a new chapter at the Department of Defense. You made the rules of Colombia when you were young, and you continue to serve your country, even after your retirement. Woohoo! First rate, ain't you? Maybe you've grown into thinking that your enemies will always use the rules to fight back in smart and clever ways. Did you forget that Gordon Tannen is a bandit who never gives a shit about the rules? A piece of trash obsessed with his toys? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You don't even recognize 5-4, even though I didn't change his voice module. Hello, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Arts Unit, and Originum. At your service. To check the progress of an application, press 1. To report a safety risk, press 2. To be connected to an operator, press 0. An ATO answering machine? Asset Space Fin 0454 wasn't a rich man's cigar, and I won't be smug just because it obeys the rules I set down. 7 years ago, I sat on a tiny chair that made my ass hurt, writing my first self-reflection letter late at night, wondering if I should quit. Answering machine 054 started giving off an unusual noise, and I racked my brains trying to figure out the problem. I started studying every arts unit and original device that passed through my hands, just to give 5-4 an ability to operate, communicate, and think on its own. You think the hundreds of self-reflection letters I wrote were the symbol of my submission? But 5-4 is the real culmination of my 7 years at ATAO. You're full of crap. You didn't learn the tricks of bureaucracy for your little invention. You think I've never seen you negotiate or threaten? Arrogant, vain, ambitious. I know them when I see it. I can hear shadows of my own speeches even now as you're talking to me. I never thought I was perfect. Maybe I will never be able to get rid of the bad habits that I learned from you. They disgust me. But they weren't mistakes. My only mistake was to define my transactions as smuggling. I shouldn't have allowed myself to accept the rules that would have taken form. Rules that don't make sense. Foolish boy. You don't understand what's at stake. Listen, old slug. I don't care what high and mighty reasons you have. Purple Paradise isn't supposed to be a breeding ground of war. Sure, kinetic engines and high-powered arts unit could become powerful weapons, but what they are supporting now is the dream of life in the sky. Until Propeller Paradise docks with the district, I'm its chief executive, the man who built this little piece of heaven that still has a semblance of freedom. I will decide whether it should be destroyed or whether it should escape. Take his passcode, 5-4. Yes, sir. It's no use. The central control console is locked. You can stop the plate from docking with the district, even if you have my passcode. Who said anything about stopping? What? I said escape. Not only did the former head of ATAO not disable his passcode when he retired, he used the security access it granted to disable the urban identification code system on the Colombian border. Cool, isn't it? You're going to commit treason for this stupid pointless children's playground? Ha, you were right. You didn't learn a single thing from me. Are you sure what you are doing is not a treason in any way? Or like, something? Let me remind you of the that Propeller Paradise is running out of fuel. You can't operate the plate's steering system, and you don't have enough energy. Even when you're pinned to the ground by a little robot I built, you somehow manage to forget that I've always been an inventor. Hope they deliver the goods on time. Platform 7, Propeller Paradise Experiment Park. The sound of rotary motors has never been so clear. The skies are clear, overly pristine, self-cleaning artificial clouds combined with natural clouds to form a wondrous scene. But the people on the platforms are oblivious to it. Some 50 Propeller Paradise guards and Mainlander agents block off every passage and cable connections, forming an impregnable cordon line with their bodies and weapons. Beneath their feet, the classical black and white tiles from a chessboard, the two sides separated by a 10-meter-long open-air passage. The eyes of the agents are fixed on the support platform on the other side of the passage. The Rhine staff are testers who had at one point disappeared from sight now assemble there. Platform 7. The analysis was correct. This is where the hide-and-seek converges. Our people are ready, but there are more of them than expected. They took out our guys in the broadcast room. The intel was not accurate. We are putting in everyone we have. Strength in numbers alone isn't enough. Be on your guard. They have an advantage when it comes to the new weapons and lay of the land. Propeller Paradise is about to dock with the DC. Do not let anyone pass. Use force is necessary. I'll take responsibility. Yes, sir. Six elite squads. We have numbers, but the guys on the other side are hard to tell people to keep going. Hard to tell people to keep going when they are exhausted. Get the word out to the others, Yelena. Anyone who's too tired to move, give someone else their core components. Pick up any hover unit and stay behind to guard the support platform. You're betting on them being very about unknown new products? I hope it works. You made it. Are you sure you want to go this way when it's like this? Yes, this is the only way to Cloud. Take my parachute. Things might get dangerous. What about you? Me? Verna gazes at the Mainlander blockade with interest, as though she is going to meet an old rival. The camera drone left Platform 7 half an hour ago. Nothing that is about to happen here will be seen in the broadcast room. Everyone knows that conflict is inevitable. Neither side wants to delay. Their eyes are fixed on each other. Everyone is waiting for a sign. My tour is waiting for my signal. Coolart. Suddenly, a yellow and black warning flag is raised. The young feline woman leaps out from the crowd, loudspeaker in hand. The first day I snuck onto Propeller Paradise, a kind guy told me that no one in this place can be stopped. If even the sky is no longer off limits. From the exhibits to the underground lab, I memorized every strange and curious invention, the complex ideas behind them, and hundreds of thousands of words of descriptions. I could tell you who made the flying toaster above our heads, its model and the generation. I could go on and on about how wonderful they are. But to be completely honest, I found the levitating plates less interesting than the sunset of bleached wasteland. Then I remember what my father used to say to me. A story is always more interesting than an explanation. I've had many frustrating experiences in the years that I worked as an independent guide. Worked as an independent guy. There's nothing wrong with seeking truth, but many people subconsciously disperse exaggerations, inspiration, and dreams yet to come true. I swore I would never again label things that I've never seen for myself as impossible, and laugh at my own family with my neighbors, as I did a few years ago. It was not until the day my father died that I truly understood what he said. If Propeller Paradise needed a guide, I would rather tell the people of Columbia about the people I met here, about their stories. Rice Bash. Huh? A cobbler from Bunker Hill, whose dream was to leave a footprint on each of the twin moons, so that everyone who looks up with a telescope would see his shop's logo on the shoe prints. There's no bigger billboard than the sky, after all. Yeah. Owen Fredericks. I'm here. Hardware store owner who wants to put his own screw on the second ring lab and earn a spot for his family when space colonization becomes reality. Hey, never hurts to be prepared for the future. Aspen. I'll tell it myself. Aspen, grocer from Northville. After being tricked into taking an exploitative loan, I divorced my wife and left home, so the creditors wouldn't go after my family. My wife and I came up with the name Lucky Sister Beast together. We haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. She was worried sick when I left. I promised that the name Lucky Sister Beast would be on TV, so that she'd know I'm safe. Now I know that the exhibition was one big, fat lie, but I want her to at least see this red balloon with the Lucky Sister Beast logo on it, even if if all the pots crash. Aspen and all of you. The things we want, whether they are based in reality or just a pipe dream, whether they are a result of blind conformity or superstition, they are much more important than Maylander and Gustav think they are. Run, jump, fly. We will overcome everything that tries to block our paths and change us, without ever trying to understand us. We're the ones who will decide Propeller Paradise's path. Her dashes forwards like a foul beast, loudly blasting her signal as the rest of the pack follows behind, charging at the Maylander blockade. Exhibits fly over the head of the pushing and squeezing crowd, carrying all kinds of contraband towards the sky. Absurd and flying free. Okay, that was a nice speech. Phew, finally out of the woods. Good work, guys. We just have to hang in there a little longer. 34 contraband core components, all intact. Looks like the landing module works quite well. My work is almost done. All that's left is to deliver this to Gordon. Hope all is well on his side. Next. Put it down. Turn around. You're Gustav, science consultant? What are you doing here? Science. Outside the window, the pinnacle of the GC government office and the Colombian flag is already visible. Golden eyes are fixed on the bottom left of the broadcast, as the red dot on the map gets closer and closer to the district plate. According to the plan, the device on the list should have been delivered to Cloud more than 10 minutes ago. He forces himself to not look at the door. Gustav is bound to notice any signs of anxiety. The plan isn't going the way you expected, is it? You're calmer than I expected. Being willing to take risks is not a bad thing, but you're not good enough at assessing risk. You don't have time to prepare a plan B for a reckless plan A. All of you will pay a heavy price if it fails. And what is your plan B? It's all good and well to rediscover your confidence, but never forget who you are competing with. I told you that getting carried away will cause you to overlook fatal flaws. What do you mean? You're late. I was delayed. You're a science consultant? More than a science consultant. I needed insurance for my plan. The tall, dark Kuranta walks towards Gordon. The box holding 34 Originum devices, safely contained by protective material, seems almost weightless in his hands. He lifts his arm and hands the box over to Gordon. What you wanted. Thanks. What are you doing? I learned a lot from you. Of course I knew that your trump card what your trump card was. Nice. Okay. A rival to provoke competition. A scientific consultant with both brains and brawn. A fair and impartial outsider to give legitimacy to the hearing and plan. You bet you picked the wrong guy. A gramophone made from the tentacles of fossilized seaborn. Decorative or specifically functional? Specifically functional. Oh, it's for... I see. Automatic tuning with the seaborn sound-producing structures. The grooves on the edge indicate that the designer had tested whether seaborn adjust their biostructure based on the music. An interesting idea. Where does this golden skeletal hand come from? The one on the wall is from Sar. It forms a pair with the heavily corroded one on the shelf, doesn't it? The construction of the joints and the level of wear and tear indicates that it originated from the western deserts of Sargon. Ah, this ruined taker is familiar face. They were supposed to be a pair. I got it from a Sami snow priest, who said a pair of lovers put a curse on it with their blood. It's driven by witchcraft and cuts through iron like butter. I know. The other one was once impaled in my heart. Oh, shit! What? It no longer cuts through iron like butter, but it is still good enough to carve a walking stick. Mr. Consultant, I apologize for any offense I might have caused, and I understand your desire for recompense. But I don't have time. I brought you here for a serious purpose. If you take off part of the structure of the gramophone and combine it with the sensor module on the metal skeletal hand, we might create a new type of voice-guided navigation model. That witchcraft-driven blade can serve as a low-loss needle. And here, this high-powered original internal combustion engine, legal on the in Rimbilliton, can provide 30 times the power of standard Columbian equipment. If only we can find the Victorian transformation stabilizer, which is no longer in production, and the locus of sorcery that was once seen on the Columbian barren lands. We'd almost have all the parts necessary to put together the initial core assembly of a nomadic plate's mobility layer. You know what I'm planning to do? Trying to modify the entire plate's power source with a single device is extremely risky, but not impossible. You're not one of Gustav's guys. Who are you? You're the one who said you don't have time. The real question is, what do you need me to do? Gordon glares at the Kuranta standing at the center of the collection room. The Kuranta recognized all Gordon's collections, saw through all Gordon's thoughts, and nonchalantly revealed a glimpse into his own past, as though he had pursued death across the land. To Gordon, the Kuranta seems to stroll through the halls of his thoughts, like a king that throws nothing and everything. Once again, the spikes on the Savra's tail rise up and on their ends, swaying conspicuously. This time, it is not because he is on guard, but because of the excitement of victory being in sight. How's the stability of the power unit? It will last no more than 3 days, or 1 day and a half if fuel is insufficient. Good enough. You don't actually plan on driving it out of Columbia. You don't think I would shift shit on everyone's future for a grudge? That's what you want people to think, to allow you to protect as many people as possible. Is that so? Treason is a serious crime. You should look up my file. I've got enough charges against me as it is. Come, help me take this stuff to the control room. The wings of a foul beast, the horn of a burden beast, the teeth of a mangler beast, the heart of a sand beast, and the blood of a big beast. Lot of beasts. What would happen if you took something from 34th century creatures and put it all together? Sharp, weird, chaotic, dangerous, malicious. These are the thoughts that flash through Gordon's mind as he gazes upon the power unit he just created. But he's also filled with excitement that threatens to drive him mad. The plate's original power system has been turned off. The device is now connected. You may now decide the course of a propeller paradise. I swore an oath when I got my transfer notice. I would be the one who lights the fire of everything new on Propeller Paradise. I would do everything I can to make even the stupidest ideas come true. No one would ever again feel the pain I felt at ATAO, to be forced to admit their own uselessness in rules set by others. Now I'm still the one who lights the fire, except I'm doing it to the engine of Propeller Paradise, and let it run into the empty wilderness. Gordon grabs the fierce-looking lever on the power unit and takes a deep breath. Say goodbye to Max DC, Propeller Paradise. Good man, that feline is leading a group on platform 7. I see it through on the monitors. Looks like Tannen got one up on Gustav at Cloud. Hearing from the guys monitoring the Rhine tree, Nasty has broke through the blockade. Our guys are trying to follow her, but they are being blocked by something that feels like Sarkaz's witchcraft. Well, send the team over and get the situation under control. I'll deal with Metro of the Rhine side, on the Rhine side. Looks like we are going to meet an old friend, Larry, Curly, and more. A mad banshee on the brink of death might be a bit of a headache to deal with. As for you, Mary, you can choose to stay here, or help our colleagues outside. You should stay a little longer. Hey, you three. The man hears no answer from his revenant friends. Old Curly is lethally waving a stick and dancing an improv two-time dance. Big Larry lies on top of Mercia's head, with tears in his eyes, recalling memories of who knows what. As for Lil Mo, he is howling and yelling, and Tin Man can hear. He seems to think he's back in Castle, taking out a revolver and emptying it into the elder revenant trying to stab him into the furnace. I'm guessing that has something to do with Mercia. Mercia's like memory powers, memory arts. My legs are numb, and I'm a little dizzy. Perhaps you have been lax about your exoskeleton maintenance. This brain isn't supposed to rust. Your odds have improved considerably, huh? Managed to drag these three into the whirlpool of memory, even though old Curly had confiscated the projector. Well, okay. Interesting. Well, good job, Mercia. We'll take a short break here, and I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. It was a dump, or was it a dump luck? Did all the memories of their overlong lives make it easier for you to manipulate? It will take a long time to play through the movies of your lives, even at 320 times speed. Not to mention all the moments that need to be paused and replayed. I apologize. You understand that the effectiveness against me is limited. Yes, I'm sure you'll break free of the shackles quite soon. I've read the whole Hayek report. She could not fully incapacitate you, even after lopping your head off. Therefore, all I can do is stall you as much time as possible and delay your intervention. You're an outstanding agent, Mary. You have always been doing an admirable job, helping people forget what they should, be it through arts or other means. But this is the wrong time, and you have chosen the wrong target. You told me not to forget my family name. I've never forgotten. Any Selene who grew up in that old house would never forget. Am I supposed to... Okay, I was wanting to ask, am I supposed to know, like, what that name means? But no, I think they are explaining it now. The orphanage of Melander Salan, predecessor of the Foundation. It was our home. We truly considered Mr. Salan our grandfather when we were little. Do you know what my most vivid memory of him is? When I was 8, I came home from school one day to find the doll that should have been in my room, standing in the middle of the garden, watering the grass around it. It was the only thing I had that reminded me of my mother. I don't remember her face, but I remember her dimples gleaming under the lamp when she sewed the doll for me. Grandpa turned it into a sprinkler without a single word to me, as though the doll was always meant to do that. The children who grew up with me all have similar stories. Wait. So you just got a doll and it got turned into a sprinkler? That's... well, sad, but also kind of funny. Yeah, okay. Ah, well, that's sad, okay. You were Grandpa's best friend. You know that. To the founding father of the Federation, there are only new things in Columbia. The youngest nation on Terra, rising out of the frontiers. The only reason for old things to stay is to be used for pioneering. It didn't matter if we were Victorian immigrants or Gaulish refugees, whether we were children or of debtors or criminals. Grandpa wanted us to become the children of Columbia, become Solans. That was the only reason for our existence. However, that's exactly why I can't accept what's happening right now and take it for granted. What do you mean? I can't begin to imagine what your experience in the long course of history. The Melander Foundation, the president, the vice president, they'll have more things to think about. I've seen the analysis on Casimir's power armor. They have reverse engineered the technology of the Gaulish Viexud Vanguard. achieving a result that surpassed the transmitter using the flesh and blood of knights. I've read the textbook of Latcanian Basic Arts Tactics courses. It will not be a surprise if, in a decade, every citizen of Latcanian is a soldier, as is the case for Laterano. I can understand why Maylander thinks Columbia is falling behind, and how a timely arms race could bring us back to the right track. Judging by the standards that Grandpa taught me so many times, there's nothing more efficient from the perspective of national development. It is not that I understand these fallacies. Indeed, if I was asked to deal with these problems, I would draw a blank, and I would be able to do little else but cry. But I just can't take it for granted. Not now. If orphans like us, who had nowhere to go, could all become children of Columbia, then why should a mother who walked 1,000 miles in search of her daughter, a merchant who put everything on the line so that his wife would not be haunted by creditors, and testers who are simply trying to earn a living, why should they be sacrificed for the sake of Columbia's progress? My job is to make people forget, but this time, you decided to pay a price for Columbia's progress. You shouldn't be allowed to forget. You should remember the lives and dreams that were part of the sacrifice. Don't think of it as no big deal. I do like her. I think she's pretty cool. Well, Vela's also pretty cool. I don't know what the fuck happened. Nasty gazes at the indistinct figure within the winding branches, the figure of her mother. Vela's limbs have been replaced by grey-white branches, bark climbing up her clothes, and skin like scales, printing countless indistinct visages. Glowing resin pours down like a waterfall, obscuring her face. Many desperate hands reach out from within, clutching her throat like clutching at straws. Both the tree and the person within seem almost unrecognizable. There is only one thing that Nasty can be sure of. This was not a natural occurrence. You merged with the tree. Falling. I see your road back falling, collapsing. I must make sure you can go home. My incantations could not reach the broken path, but the roots of the roosting tree will. I harmed it. Unravel. Nasty's incantation goes unanswered. The tree's design was based on the grammar of the Banshees. It remains flawed in many ways, but it has never before rejected my incantation. Yet now, the branches continue to spread around Viola, dragging her floating silhouette towards Nasty bit by bit. Please, Viola, stop. Let me analyze what happened to you. Nasty's plea goes unanswered too. All Viola does is ask questions, in an urgent, trembling voice. There is no, Miss Staple Pulp outside the valley. How do you polish your feather horns, Nasty? I never taught you incantations, but it looks like you have learned it on your own. A kind of imitation. How did you... In your bone pen, your... That's not important, Vela. What I need to know is what happened to you here. Not important? Vela is suddenly silent, and the creeping branches come to a standstill. An instant later, they start to spread in the opposite direction, encroaching upon what is left of Vela. The fusion is progressing. This roosting tree has shared your memories with me. Where you went, what you did. It can share more important things. I saw you dig for answers in the great library of the Lich for days and nights. You ruined your eyesight, but the Curmudgeon kicked you out in the end. Let me look up what that word means. Curmudgeon. A crusty, ill-tempered, and usually old man. Cool. Okay. So, Fremont. I should have told him that you were never a foolish kid. It was because of me. I saw you bind your horns and attach foul beast feathers to them every day, just to sneak into the city of the Sancta to find food. But it was bad for your horns. That's why the one on the right stopped growing, isn't it? I saw you sleep on the metal scaffolds, where there were no leaves to give you shade. You didn't build a treehouse either. You just used a simple metal plate. How could anyone sleep like that? Do you get sick? Nasty listens to her go on and on. The voice is distorted, barely recognizable, but the words of concern are familiar. Vela used to say these things when they lived in Gonvalis. Nasty realizes that she is not looking at the problem that needs to be solved, nor a patient who needs to be treated. He's looking at a worried mother who needs to be understood. Nasty lowers her bone pen. Perna told me how you looked like when she found you. There were burns from art, holes from bullets, and gashes from sandstorms all over you. You walked the path that I once did, only harder and more painfully. You could have died. You should have stayed in the Convalis. There was nothing more I could do for the valley, for Aquamarine, for the children. You have already done so much. The lies you weaved for the sake of all the banshees. I knew it. They couldn't fool you. I began to sense that something was off when, soon after you brought me to the Convalis. I've kept the lie going for 200 years. This was my greatest achievement as custodian of the valley, and my greatest sin. 200 years. Do you mean that war? Yes. The king of Sarkas at the time was old and foolish. It was not just the royal courts. Even outsiders thought they could turn him into a puppet and thus control all Sarkas. It was already a bad year. Catastrophe raked the land once. Then the Alliance's guns raked it again. The green feline appeared on the horizon. I know who that is. leading a wall of steel that stretched as far as the eye could see. Which were the Steam Knights? Which were the Spirecasters? And which were the Vieux Vanguard? I couldn't tell. I don't know when they learned to build ships of steel and tubes that breathed fire. All I remember is that the towering Vendigos could only whimper as they were crushed beneath the ships, and our kin fell burning from the sky like broken kites. No one who heard the wailing that day would ever forget it. The wailing of the Banshee. We couldn't tell if we were delivering death or delivering the dead. All we could do was wail and howl, hardly able to put together a single coherent elegy. There were less than 1,000 of us left when the Allied forces withdrew from Castel. Half of us had lost our voices. Because of our nature, the Banshees have never missed a single war of the Sarkas, but such losses were unprecedented. I survived by sheer chance and left the blood-soaked lands of sorrow, trying to find a place where life still remained. The Gonvalis? The Gonvalis. The vast mist lake separated it from the outside. The seasons came to a still in the Golden Woods. It is a quiet place, one that seemed like it didn't belong to the Sarkas. There's nothing that shouldn't belong to Sarkas. Yes, we believed it at the time. Me, Laquermaline, and the new king chosen by the crown. We believed in the new life for the Sarkas. Laquermaline and I took our remaining kin into the Convalis, built a dock by Mist Lake, and built our court in the forests. For the first time, we added symbols of life into the Song of the Banshee, guided the trees to bear rich fruit, and the vines to weave themselves into bridges with incantations. For the first time, the Banshees settled in a single place. They no longer had to sleep with only the night sky as their blanket, traveling from one death to another. But tokens from outside soon came flying in like snowflakes. Tokens announcing death. Yes. Not even Teresa and Teresa's could solve the problems left behind by war overnight. Yes, death lingers, long after the smoke has cleared. We made dried fruit out of our first harvest. It was barely enough for a few hundred banshees to make it through the coldest month of winter. But the tokens in my room, the murky blood crystals of the vampires, tattered shrouds of Nesharers, the shriveled, frozen hearts that the charge become. They soon piled higher, much higher than our dried fruit. I knew that if we went out to deliver the dead at that time, we would return to our old path, but the catalyst for change was one with the lives of thousands upon thousands in war. So you made a choice on behalf of all the banshees. I made the choice. I convinced Laquermaline. I concealed other tokens announcing death coming from outside. Occasionally, a banshee might leave the Convalis to deliver our kin, but I chose the people carefully and sparingly. Laquermaline faced much criticism outside. For a long time, we believed that we could cast aside our nature and lead a different life. If a banshee could do it, so could all Sarkas. even if the price was that the owners of the tokens would never find their way to the myriad souls. Even the price was that the banshees, having violated their nature, are swallowed by a lifetime of emptiness, destined to enter a long and painful journey of forgetting upon their deathbed. So that has something interesting. "200 years passed. 200 years we had endured. Until I met you. That's why I had to leave. How many deaths did you tell the others about each month? The people die in Castel every day. You could fool the others, but you knew that I knew from the beginning. Maline was right. You are too smart. And you grew up in Castel. I could not have fooled you. But I hoped you could live in the Convallis. Not just because your mother was one of the most many thousands of souls that I turned a blind eye to. Not just because I owed you a happy childhood for failing to respond to the last wish in time. But also because I hope that the Convallis, the sanctuary that was built in the hope of seeking a new life for the Sarkas, would at least be able to take in a child from outside after 200 years. I took the child who was most likely to expose my lie in as my daughter. You carefully kept me away from other banshees. Ultimately, your hopes for the Convallis fell through. I made many mistakes in my life. There is none that I regret more than your departure. You were always a smart girl. I've thought about it many times, that if I had told you the truth about things, you would have understood and played along whatsoever. If that was the case, then perhaps you wouldn't have. No, I would have left regardless. I remember the day we parted. You called out to me. I didn't turn around, but I looked down at the water. There was no wind on Mist Lake that day. The boat sailed across the water like a knife cutting through a piece of paper. I saw your face clearly, reflected in the still water. You wept when I said I was leaving, but let out a sigh of relief. So small, so imperceptible, that perhaps you didn't even notice it yourself. Deep down, you wanted me to leave, didn't you? We were co-conspirators in the parting. Haven't you realized it, Vela? It is the Convallis, not me, that is truly your daughter. You discovered it, and trusted the Sarkas' future to it, and built it with pavilions and boats, fruits and cakes. Your love for it grew as time passed. There were two reasons why you brought me back to the Convallis: to make amends for a price you paid for it, and to verify whether it has grown the way you hoped it would. My departure brought relief, because the one who could expose the fragile lie that ties the Convallis together left. But my departure also brought anguish, because it proved that the valley could not carry the burden you hoped it would, even after 200 years. It was too fragile to accept a child who grew up in Casdel, much less become the future abode of all Sarkas. Nasty, don't... Do you know the answer, Vela? You left the Convalis, came here, and merged with this tree, which is like the roosting tree, yet different. Did you do it for me? For yourself? Or simply out of obsession? What are you running from, Vela? Are you running from death? From the failure of the Convalis? Or from the fact that you are dying and there is nothing else you can do for the Convalis' failure? Tell me, help me understand, and put an end to this error. Well, interesting. What's also interesting is that that was just like half of the stage, and it took like hour and a half. Well, yeah, that's well, it's interesting. No sudden moves. You know, I'm sure we can talk about this like reasonable people. All the rioters are here. Got them in the lower level jail. We'll hand them to the courts when we arrive in DC. It's almost time. Double check their parachutes, unless you want to end up in a puddle. What? Did someone press the detonate button early? Impossible. We're less than a kilometer from the district. Wait, the government buildings are getting smaller. We are moving away from the capital? Looks like events are moving faster than your plans can catch up, aren't they? Oh, well, I'm completely weird voice. Not weird, I just completely forgot for a moment who's talking there. Didn't realize. You never intended to stop the explosion. You were just stalling for the time for the plate to turn? Did you think we had the means to go toe-to-toe with the well-trained units? Events moving faster than the plan can catch up. Change of plans. Lower level. Evacuate by the planned routes. Upper level. Protect the civilians around you and prepare to parachute. Point 0. Detonate. What's going on? The broadcast has gone dark. Are the screens outside getting a signal? You're still thinking about the broadcast? Didn't you hear the Emergency Management Council's evacuation warning? A serious accident has occurred on the levitation layer. All floating facilities will fall from the sky in less than 10 minutes. Hurry up and get yourself to the emergency shelters. Fall from the sky. Oakley looks up to see hundreds of floating pods turn into fireballs in the sky, marrying the clear skies with smoke and ash. Without the gentle touch of sunlight, the cloud-like pods turn back into chunks of metal, crashing down on the lower level. Look out! Thanks. That was close call. Thanks. You're a tester? Which company? I don't remember you. Now it's not the time for introductions, Oakley. The streets are exposed. You risk getting hit by falling debris. You should go into the emergency shelter quickly. Oh, alright. Falling. Tumbling down. Bruno's heart is beating so hard She feels like it might escape her ribcage at any moment. She tries her best to control her breathing. The straps on the sides of the helmet slap her face, inflicting just enough pain to fend off the fear of falling. In an instant, the signal from the detonator travels through the connected conduits, igniting all the floating facilities at the same time. Verna leaves from platform 7 before it loses all power. The falling pod streaks past Verna like a black meteor. The bright colored paint is burned off the advertisement, and melted cables flail in the air, giving off a bitter smell of tar. Sage art. The whole levitation layer sways meekly in the air, like a deflated balloon. Lucky Sister Beast, one boot, beach brella. Verna watches these company logos fall together with her. Now that is a scene that rivals sunset of the bleached wasteland, she thinks. Pull the parachute, Verna. Oops, almost forgot. The updrift lifts the feline's slender frame. The parachute comes together to form a massive cloud. Did we do it? The people on the ground don't know what's happening. It must be a shock for them to see their investment and products turn to ash. They are safe, at least. The pieces of the levitation layer would have fallen on top of their heads if the plane didn't turn around. Besides, they will never find out that there were scheming and plotting to stop them from dreaming. Where do we go next? You could certainly go back to Northville to see your wife. Sure. What about after that? After that? Let's talk about that when we get back to standing on terra firma and looking up at the sky. The light of burning fire illuminates the people's faces, but there's little regret in their hearts as they gaze upon propeller paradise, now beyond recognition. The remains of propeller paradise are scattered across the barren lands, between the district and the plate, like gifts that have been returned. Verna closes her eyes in relaxation as she comes back down to earth with paradise. The elderly banshees said her kin were like broken kites, as they fell burning from the sky in that war from 200 years ago. Now though, she's like a kite that has too many strings attached, the branches and roots tugging at her as she floats in midair. A kite nothing could ever ruin, as she had wished. The roosting tree was the name I gave it. I built huts beneath it, and made it the abode of every banshee. But all I felt was fear when Laquermaline brought me to its roots. It was like a great void that could not be illuminated by the moons, by candles, or by fireflies. It was still and silent, suckling away my memories a little bit at a time. Wait, let me... Interesting. I could smell decay in the darkness, a decay that we could not reverse. Not even the children of soul and stone could. It was a constant reminder of how pathetic the Convalis was. At the end, Lady Teresa and Lord Terraces found a future for the Sarkas through war and death. Meanwhile, Iafanil continued to seek a new future for the Banshees. But me and the Wally, It is nothing more than a failed sanctuary that quietly awaits death. There's nothing more I can do for it. So you ran away from the roosting tree, ran away from death. Why here, though? Everywhere outside the Gun Valleys was the same, grey and chaotic, impossible to navigate. There was only one path that I remembered, those unfamiliar names that you said, Blood Canyon, Laterano, Columbia. I followed the names, followed your scent, not knowing to what end the path led, and what I could do there. I just didn't want the tree to turn me into an empty husk. But you chose to go into another tree. I was filled with sorrow when I saw that you planted another roosting tree here. When I felt the spread of decay, I thought you were going to repeat our mistake. Even if we couldn't save the Convalescent's roosting tree, I wanted to do something for this one. Even if all I could do was stay its decay and save you from slow... Sorry, I have hiccups. But things that those are not real. Even if all I could do was stay its decay and save you from sorrow for a while. But when I saw it with my own eyes, I realized there was nothing I could do for it, but it could save me. The roosting tree only takes memories, but this one shares. It shares the story of the Convalescent and of your journey. It makes me feel that I'm alive. I'm sorry, Nasty. I fused with the tree before I stopped the path from collapsing. That's why you're so lucid. That's why the tree rejects my incantations. You rewrote its grammar and changed its operating logic. It keeps you alive, and you keep it running, even though neither of you are what you used to be. You're like a program that relies on a bug to keep running. Bug? Program? Like withered tree that relies on a parasitic vine to remain standing. It's not so bad, is it? If this can keep it from withering, then I've finally done something useful. For you, for the Banshees, for Sarkaz. I can bring it back to the Convalescent, bring you back. That would be pointless. Why is the tree not responding to me? That means it's working. The outer casting of the device Nasty is carrying on her belt falls away with a crack. Paper tapes pour out, laying themselves out around her as though following an invisible blueprint, forming an elaborate and organized framework. The tapes are filled with tiny holes that represent incantations, coming together to build Nasty's unique language and safeguard her unique rules, rejecting the anarchic? A spread of the branches. I said I must understand before I can put an end to this error. Now I do. Nasty raises her pen and writes down a function, an incantation. Reconstruct. No, the memories that the tree shared with me, they are disappearing. Nasty, what are you doing? Wiping the preloaded data in the tree. All that is shared with you was only temporary data for experimentation. I know that you don't want to forget, but what you truly want to remember and retain are not these hodgepodge data put together for experiments. Even if it's so, please, don't make the last thing I see be the sight of you destroying your life's work. You have walked such a long road and suffered so much for it. To you, the convalescence was your life's work, but I've never had one. I have a goal. This tree is the means to it. My judgment of it is not based on how much I committed to it, only whether I can achieve my goal. You hoped that fusing with it would keep it from withering, but not withering would make it any more useful. Just like the roosting tree of the convalescence. I don't want to be cruel, but the roosting tree never truly consoled the dying. It's no more than a simple phobe tree. Phobie? BB? Tree. And under the weight of incantations. It's naive to the genus Phoebus of the family of Targangels Cimarobugea, and verify its nature just as after I joined the Rhine lab. I had an elf colleague verify its nature after I joined the Rhine lab. Did I skip a line? Okay. And its wood is commonly used for buildings in Southeast Terra. I had an elf colleague verify its nature after I joined Rhine lab. It became the roosting tree of the convalescence because you saw it as a symbol of and mourned its change. It has withered because it has reached the end of its natural lifespan. That is all? Even the colors that run through its branches is merely the result of exposure to incantations over the years. I don't remember how it used to look anymore. But nasty, if it's truly so, why does your tree look so much like the roosting tree? Because it reminds me of you. Just as you think of me. Do you know why I planted this tree? I remembered the day we parted. You were calling to me, but I didn't turn back, because some words can no longer be said once you see the other person's face. But I couldn't help but look at your face reflected in the water. I wanted to remember how you looked. New tears flow across the lines made by old ones, as though it was a fixture on your face. I spent more than a decade with you on the convalescence. I never saw you without tear marks on your face. Life in the valley was good. I would have chosen the convalescence over Castel every time, 100 times over. But well, was there a single moment that you weren't in pain over the course of the 200 years in the convalescence? At first, I thought I would wipe away your tears and make you smile with simple methods. You spent the whole day wiping my face with Miss Staple Pulp. Oh, sorry, that was Vela talking. It was only after that I learned why you were in pain. The source of your pain was the decision, the lie. The kin who suffered because they defied their nature. The kindred who could not return to the myriad souls because there was no one to deliver them. They were just the source of your pain. To solve your problem, I must solve the problems of the banshees, the problems of the Sarkas. The answer lies outside of Convalis, outside Gazdel, in a place that I don't know. As I indulged in such fantasies, I saw you, and I sail in the sky. The reflected sky. It was a calm, windless day, but suddenly the water rippled without warning, wiping away the eternal tear marks on your face. You almost looked like you were smiling. And so I began to think about the sky whenever I thought about how to make you smile. Perhaps the sky is where we can find our sanctuary and abode for our souls. The Sargaz's promised land could also be in the sky. Yeah. All the things you did. This tree in the sky. That's where it all began. Access security camera image. Falling like a broken kite. Looks like Mailander successfully carried out their plan. The entire capital will bear witness to the fall of Propeller Paradise. But the tremors came from the ground plate. Did Gordon... Will we fall too? Not sure. I've undone the fusion and reset the tree, restoring it to an operable state. But the tree itself is not yet complete. At least, save yourself, Nasty. 3 years ago, I finally added a condition to my hypothesis when he delivered the Myriad Souls. 2 years ago, a friend split the sky and showed me the path to the future. But I'm still one step away from the answer. What is to come will depend on whether we find it. We're in the sky, but I don't see the answer. Everything has fallen. The sky is empty. Yes, the sky has always been empty. It is we who must fill it. Yeah. For you, Vela, I don't think the answer is the sky. It's in you. Cool art. I can hear the roars, the hatred, the cries that surround you. The kin I delivered, or fate to deliver. Vampires, Nazarers, Judge, and Banshees. I've wiped all the preloaded temporary experiment data from the tree. It's your own frustration, rage, and sorrow that binds you now. Like every Banshee that you sent away the last 200 years. Like every Sarkaz that returned to the Myriad Souls since the beginning of time. That's why our people are made empty by painful oblivion. That is why the Myriad Souls are always roaring. Always angry. Always wailing. But if we leave behind the residues of information in death, and the Myriad Souls are merely the collective of such residues, why should it be joy and song that remains? Does our nature prevent it? No. To process residues of information, build a server. If coverage on the ground isn't enough, raise it into the sky. Not just a sanctuary for living. The tree will become an abode for the departed as well. This time, however, we decide what we leave behind. Yeah, pretty hard. Perhaps it wasn't function that the tree was missing. It was a command, a decision, a sincere wish. Tell me the answer, Vela. What is it that you truly want to leave behind? The tree. I will preserve that memory for you. Oblivion will never claim what you want to leave behind. I don't know. You don't know. At first, I just wanted to save our kin from pain, from anger, from sorrow. but I no longer know how that can be achieved, if neither the Convalis nor the roosting tree could accomplish it. Is there any meaning in leaving anything behind? Well, Nasty wanted to do something, say something, but no sound comes out from her lips. She's normally not one to deal with hypotheticals, but she could not help but think. If she finished the tree and took her people to the sanctuary in the sky sooner, would her mother have had a comforting memory to cling to? Hundreds of pots fall burning from the sky, like black meteors, like heavy raindrops, like broken kites. Mother and daughter gaze at each other silently, as they hoped it would make this moment an eternity. No. You will never want to stop walking, Nasty. Once you've decided on a path, you'll see it through to the end. Don't stop now. Don't let me take away the meaning of what you have accomplished. My life may have had no meaning, but there must be some meaning to all that you have done. If this tree is the new abode for the souls of the Sarkas, then let me be its first denizen. I gave you a home 20 years ago. Now you've given me one. When the children stand around the tree to listen to its voice, I want it to be your laughter that they hear, not your weeping. And I want to remember your smile when I think of you. Nasty, my child. I've had good memories. Memories that made me smile. I remember, it was... She cannot finish the sentence. Half a year had passed since she realized that she was beginning to forget, and fled her hut under the roosting tree, following Nasty's trail all the way to Columbia. A journey far too long for a dying banshee. It was not the reunion that she had hoped for, but as the obsession that carried her to this point falls apart, death has finally caught up to her. Countless scenes fade from Viola's memories and become vivid before Nasty's eyes. The banshee's oar lies still in her hands. She hears a lament. The king who painted the same dream with her has passed, in a faraway place that she cannot see. The banshee stands still beneath the roosting tree. She spent 3 months witnessing her kin fall victim to oblivion and become an empty husk. No price they paid for her lies. The price that paid for her lies, and there was nothing she could do about it. The banshee knells still on the floor of a dilapidated house. She promised to deliver a gargoyle who helped her in the past, but all that was left was the tip of a petrified tail. The banshee's sorrow and regrets are infinite, following past Nasty like a river without end. After all of these memories have faded, there is one last thing that is left. One tiny brief fragment. The banshee is putting a child to bed, a girl whom she brought back to the Convalis. Her eyes are filled with fatigue as she looks at her old friend, but all she would talk about is how lovely the child is. She used to be a child once. She opened her eyes and sees this land for the first time. She does not know whether it was good or bad. But now she can see that she is smiling. Time passes through the banshee. like the wind across the surface of Mist Lake, leaving nothing behind. Well, we'll take a short little break here. Good music, by the way. I mean, that's all of Arknights, but you know, just noticing. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. Give me a sec. I'm writing to Lara right now. Alright, yeah. We were discussing Sora. Time passes through the Banshee like the wind across the surface of Mist Lake, leaving nothing behind. Bella fades away into the sky. A leaf gently drifts down. I'll get you and remember you. Mother. Nasty catches the leaf gently, as her mother once picked a leaf from the tree for her. This does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. After a long silence, she blows a tune with the leaf. Like threads, the notes weave the gentlest incantation that she has ever weaved. Be at peace. I'd like to make a bet with you, Miss Wilson. How many sky stocks do you think young Pavard, that honest and serious secretary of mine, will go and buy once he delivers the balloons? 0. The end of the line is the stock exchange. The stock exchange was 2 blocks away when I came. The last time I saw this level of excitement on the district was when the Department of Defense decided to send troops to Bolivar. I still have one of those cactus hats in my office. People went into the streets wearing those hats, shouting slogans and turning the veins of the DC green. I haven't seen those hats in a long time. No one wants their taxes turned into guns. But since Robert McGesson and his feat of saving Bolivar from the Bolivarians became the butt of evening radio's jokes. Everybody wears a propeller hat on their heads now. A blue propeller hat that spins, so awfully noisy, to tell the truth. I heard that the new version that automatically plays that rock song every Colombian knows when the propeller spins. I grew up listening to Terra Bless Up and Cityway 66. I once thought that the song of our time would be Goodnight Arc 01. Hello Tavina, yeah, it is Joe Burden. Hope you're having a good day. Turns out it would be Good Night, Kristen Wright. The obsession that Colombians have with the future will never change, but the one they are following seems to have changed while we weren't looking. Kristen never intended to become an idol. The Department of Defense never intended to become a joke. It never occurred to any of us when we raised a glass to the failure of the DoD. How's 9/11 going? Well, I mean, I think pretty bad. I think pretty poorly. Like, yeah. But it wasn't like, I guess it wasn't the worst case scenario, so that's something. The people listening to late night radio over the pot of mac and cheese don't differentiate between the DOD, Congress, and the cabinet, after all. As you said yourself, these days, the masses seem more willing to take inspiration from a legend of miracle. I do think, like, you know, not specifically 9/11. Yeah, okay. 9/11 is one of my favorite side stories, basically, yeah. No. I genuinely think this is another S tier. Like, there's still, like, obviously this, and then, like, the epilogue. This feels like this is another S tier. And I find, like, I feel like at this point I'm putting a lot of stuff into S tier, because I've put, like, the past 2 side stories into S tier. It's important to not get the 9/11 story side story confused with the Twin Towers in fall. Yes. That's, like, also a good one. That one's only in quotation marks, because I think only is still, like, you know, A tier is still great, but it's only in A tier. But yeah. It's, like, crazy. A lot of good side stories in this video game. Never noticed. Sometimes, however, we need to turn their gazes back to the soul that nurtures miracle. Back to Columbia. Finally, we lay out eyes on Propeller Paradise. Not a day has passed that we don't think about it. Ever since the fateful night 2 years ago. The synchronized arrow turn that we just witnessed is a testament to the skill of our test pilots, even in times of peace. Now, Propel Paradise reveals its miracles to use, this wonderful spectacle of the Columbian dream. Demonstrating that, declaring that, right, okay, that was the timing. As an aside, the disastrous failed war 20 years ago that this terrorist attack is being used to distract from, in which the stated goal is to save the country from the people living in. What? Led to a massive upswing in the anti-American military sentiment. Failed war 20 years ago that this terrorist attack has been used to just. Okay. I think that there was like an war. Is putting the Bolivian interventionism in Arknights as equivalent to the Vietnam War. Yeah. Okay. Right. I was trying to remember fucking wars. Gotcha, I think. So interesting. Silence. Every media outlet, every channel, voices rich or coarse as sharp or warm, rich or coarse or sharp or warm, all fall silent at the same time. The entrepreneurs and investors on the streets, along with thousands upon thousands of ordinary people, fall silent too. Opening door. They talked about Bolivar. Yeah. The president did. But yeah, Bolivar is filling the role of Vietnam, while Propeller Paradise is intended to cause the same shift that 9/11 did. Yeah. Okay, interesting. No, okay. I mean, I did understand the 9/11 stuff because we talked about it yesterday. But yeah, didn't realize the Bolivar Vietnam War. I mean, I know like nothing about the Vietnam War. I know that it happened. And even that, I'm not like 100%. No, okay, then, yeah. I heard about it. That's basically all I know about it. The entrepreneurs and investors on the street, along the thousands upon thousands of ordinary people, fell silent too. For a few minutes, the only sound in Max DC is the sound of their propeller heads. The rustling sound they make, like falling leaves, is the only accompaniment to this spectacular disaster, witnessed by millions in the capital. Turn the gazes back on the soul that nurtures miracles. Back to Colombia. A terrorist attack? A premeditated act of terror. Investigation confirms that the explosion was caused by a batch of arts weapons smuggled in disguises as general parts. The weapons can be traced to numerous center nations, including Casimir's, which has long since abandoned the ways of chivalry, and Latcanon, the ancient nation of casters, have used their despicable tricks against us. The voice of progress falls silent today. It is the darkest day in Colombia's 80 years of history. The nation is waiting for me to speak. I should tell them they have destroyed more than just the exhibition. They have destroyed the hopes and dreams of every Colombian entrusted to it. Oh, well, the big thing is that it was tied to the Cold War and Americans fucking lost embarrassingly. Gotcha. I mean, but they won... Huh? I thought they won Cold War? But maybe I'm mixing it up with something. Which is very possible. I like, have, yeah. No idea. I should tell them this shameless, heinous act was committed by those who envy our splendor, trying to make our people timid and afraid. Oh, okay, yeah. They won the Cold War because the USSR fell, but they lost the battle for Vietnam specifically. Gotcha. Okay. I should tell them, but they are doomed to fail. Colombia will never be defeated. No conspiracy can stop the lamp and star from shining bright in the west. And then Colombians will eagerly turn their taxes into guns again. Everything that they fervently devoted to propeller paradise, all those sky stocks and the spinning propeller heads, will turn into the shields and swords. When the smoke clears, the empty sky will be more inflammatory than any speech. The winds on the wilderness of Colombia have never stopped, mercilessly blowing away the smoke and cloud that surrounded propeller paradise. The sky feels even emptier than before, after all things bright and beautiful have fallen. But it's not entirely empty. But that's a nice tree. Is the suit playing tricks on my eyes? I see it as well as you do, Mr. Vice President. As do millions of people here in DC. Floating platforms supported by the complicated system of massive hot air balloons and propellers have fallen. Floating labs of many shapes and sizes have fallen. Yay, 3? Yes. I do like 3s, they are pretty cool. Lone Trail team? Ah, okay. The ropeway system that connected the levitation layer has fallen, along with hundreds of pods. The saucer-shaped tower that linked the ground and the sky has fallen, along with the elevator that it supports. Only one thing rises through the clouds, into the bright sky of Columbia. Message from Maylander, sir. Prepare Paradise has stopped moving towards the capital. It is now headed for the southern east border, accelerating. Maylander believes they are trying to escape Columbia, which would be an act of treason. Huh? Who is trying to escape Columbia? Like the whole Propeller Paradise? So who is doing the treason? No, I mean that would be nasty. But okay. Mechanized units on the border are moving to cut off Propeller Paradise's potential routes. Or I guess it Skybox. Tenon. I can't remember his first name ever. I think it started with G. More importantly, the unknown object in the sky has already been locked on by our defense artillery deployed along the district route. Gordon, yeah. With your speech about to begin, they want to hear how you define it. The Department of Defense recommends opening fire immediately and sticking with the current narrative. Maylander has raised the possibility of conveying a different message through the survival of this facility. But I've also noticed the risk of doing so. The facility was created by Ryan Lab after all. Before they do anything, I would like to get a good look at this thing myself. By the way, Hilliers, this Skybox's file explains that he's actually been in contact with Rhodes Island since Vigilo. Not because he's a hero, but because he was the corrupt cop in charge of our jail cell. Really? That's interesting. That's funny. That's cool. Yeah, he got better. Still, overall, I think he kinda sucks overall. But hey, people change. And I think by the end, I do find him cool for sure. I think he's cool. But yeah. Also kinda sucks. Through most of the story. A 3? A 3. A 3! Yippee! Rhyme certainly has style, doesn't it? A simple shaped three-shaped facility. Do you know what it is? I have no idea. I suppose I'm just here to lighten the mood while you went about Ryan. And by the way, going back, the fact that he was a corrupt cop doesn't definitely improve my view on him. I think that's a bad type of cops. I have no idea. I suppose I'm just here to lighten the mood while you went about Ryan. Huh, well, it doesn't matter. What it is will soon stop mattering to the people, just like that balloon that couldn't fly. Also, Kesha mentions that he Racial targets minorities at one point. Yay. That sounds like something cop would do. Yeah, you know what, that just makes sense. In the DOT's game, it will become an infant slaughtered by knights. An envoy killed by the Witch King. Its fall will drive the rise of the People's Wrath. In Melander's proposal, it will become the next symbol of the Colombian spirit. Its silhouette printed on every head that leaves the factories for the next decade. Is that so? All I see is a tree. You see those foul beasts, brushing their feathers and honing their beaks? They have accepted that it's a tree that they can roost on. A tree risen from the wounds of Columbia? How should people understand it? They don't have to. Okay, let me check what this is. Okay. Let me copy image. Wait, not copy image. I need to... I guess I can put it into Chrome. Very important thing. Lying Agnes tier list. Yeah. That reminds me about my tier list that I will have to talk about later, but you know, we still have a bit before that. Rom. Okay, yeah, very important tier list. So, yeah, honestly, I kinda dislike everyone in the top two tiers. I quite dislike. So, you know, that's like an interesting observation. I don't know all of them because, like, I think that's like the character from Rainbow Six at least. And I know you are from some collab. And you are from collab. And I think you're from the new event, right? So I didn't see you yet. But yeah, these six, I think they kind of suck. Like, yeah. Just kinda. And it has nothing to do with the tiers. I just think these six kinda suck. Yeah. Male warfares are just inordinately racist or antagonistic. It's so funny. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't even realize that those are just welfare units until you mentioned it right now. Does it say somewhere what they are? I mean, no, I just didn't notice it. Now I noticed that the tier Bison is in. What does he even do? What do you mean? He's great. He does he has a fucking business or something. I'm kind of surprised by how much I've seen Bison appear in story. Or something, doing a lot of heavy lifting. Yeah. I mean, it's something for sure. They don't have to. Just as you didn't need to understand the mobile mining platform on the wilderness that you skipped classes to watch when you were young. Did you know if it was getting a group of ambitious pioneers or desperate debtors? Did you return with a full load of riches, or was it simply drifting aimlessly? Huh. All I know is that I really didn't want to take a test that day, and the mining platform happened to be chasing the setting sun. A mining platform chasing the setting sun, and a flying tree. They're not so different, are they? Like in practice, it's clearly the result of them wanting to give us a variety of characters, including villains, but also not wanting to risk making a racist middle-aged cop a gacha unit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these... Okay, my very extremely long-term goal, I would just like to have every single character in this game that is possible, right? I guess maybe some of the collab units won't ever be possible getting again, but I hope they rerun all the collabs, but you know, maybe that won't happen. But yeah, if I were to, like, I definitely tend to pull for characters I like over meta often. I tend to. Well, okay, actually, you know what? No, that's not true. I just pull on fucking, unlimited banners. But yeah, I wouldn't want to particularly pull for Gordon, for example, because he kinda sucks. Or like, yeah, I don't even know if he's like strong or anything in the game, but yeah, just like, yeah, I get what you're saying. That makes sense to me. What is your position, Mr. Vice President? I'm the Vice President of the Colombian Union. With this position comes responsibility. I can't skip classes to watch a mining platform chase the setting sun, like I used to. Mechanically, his purpose is very much to be there first. Experimentation with the Skybreaker archetype. Oh, I see. What does that archetype do? I assume it might be something with flying. Still, that was indeed what made me feel something about the soil of Colombia for the first time. If the sky is the soil that nurtures the future of Colombia. They hover most of the time and can't hit ground units, but land and target enemies normally where the skill is active. Gotcha. Isn't there like a fucking opposite of that? Like characters that normally stand on the ground, but if you use their skill, they start flying. I'm sure there's enough room in it for a flying tree. Nice, let's go. We can keep the flying tree. This archetype, TP and Contrail are from, yeah, okay, Sky Ranger, gotcha. Okay, that was cool. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's kind of not the worst case scenario, but definitely felt like, pretty bad. Pretty bad outcome, I would say. Also, fuck, I hate Tin Man. I can't believe I liked him before. That's crazy to me. Oh yeah, you know how some of the devices were from Castel? Oh yeah, I do. They did mention that, I believe. Did just Tin Man get them there? Oh my fucking god. Paprika's module was released in this patch, and it's flash forward where she's teacher in Castle. Oh, nice! That's good for her. Well, I mean, it's good for her if she likes teaching. It's got if there was a flash forward and I was a teacher, I imagine I would not be having a great time. I think that would be bad for me. The children there literally can't imagine a version of Castle that doesn't have to deal with constant air raids. Colombia has the most developed air force on Terra. I see. That's... and... Wonder who those air raids are from. Thanks, dude, man. Yeah, fuck. That's sad. Do we know how much of flash forward it is? Like, is it like in 2 years or... Actually, by the way, this happened like 1103. Is that correct? I believe. Like 1103. I'm not like 100% on that. Because I don't remember when exactly Lone Trail happened. I think it was 100,001, and I know that they mentioned several times that this is 2 years later. But I... Oh wait, Lone Trail is just 1100? Oh shit, okay. Oh. No, okay, yeah. I just can't remember this. Actually, let me double check. It might even... Oh, it might even be before. That's crazy. Okay. So this is happening much later than I... Like, I thought this was, like, just, like, well, later. I thought this was basically after whatever is happening in the end, which is 1102, I think. Anyways, light resumption. Yeah, Lone Trail is November 2099. Okay, this is only 1101 before the end. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Ah, look, Saria. I like Saria. Exactly. What do you say? Also, actually, Tavina, just like FYI, we are doing grades tonight, and it's like really late for you. But, you know, I'm just like informing you in case you would be awake and wanted to raid. Just in case, no need to, you know? No pressure. No need to also commit, you can just see if you are awake later, of course. I'm just like, you know, saying... I'm specifying so you don't feel pressured at all. I don't want to, you know... do that. I'd like to, but my arm is ruined at the moment, sadly. Ah, I see. I do hope that gets better. Yeah. Ruined arms are bad. Most remarkable speech, Mr. Vice President. People were moved to tears, even in the Rhine Lounge. I don't think I would move the most eccentric, most maverick scientists of Columbia. But I've received enough flowers, banners, strongly worded letters of support, and soldier figures painted in my likeness over the last few hours. Not from Ryan. For the better, I suppose. Let's get back to the topic at hand. How should we define that tree floating in the sky from scientific perspective? If you really want to know the scientific principles behind it, I could spend the whole afternoon explaining how its roots will spread across the land, and its branches and leaves across the sky. From scientific perspective, however, all you need to know is that when it is fully grown, it will be able to collect energy and information from across Columbia and process it centrally. You mean an energy well, like the shaft, but on a national scale. And a server to bid reactional to boot. The roots and branches go both ways, not only from the ground to the sky, but also from the sky to the ground. No need to force yourself to understand these things. You can zone out the way you did when you visited the Trimount's headquarters. It was your words that saved the tree when dozens of guns from Department of Defense and hundreds of cameras from Mainlander media were pointing at it. Miss Wilson's words truly tugged at the heartstrings. Even an old man like me couldn't help but think back to the wild days of youth. I see. And there I was, thinking that it was because you didn't want to give away the chance to define this tree to Mainlander or to the Department of Defense. An exhibition, a speech, sky fever and patriotism have made you the overwhelming darling of public opinion over the other candidates. Oh no. In just a span of few hours. But have you thought about the future you would need to paint in order to not let your supporters down? Or was it always your plan to improvise your speech? You know about the understanding between Kristen and the Department of Defense. Kristen would build Arc 1, and it was none of Ryan's business who the DoD used it against. George W. Bush also got a massive boost in public perception after 9/11. Gotcha. Okay. I wonder if that's any, like, related. If there's, like, there could have been an inspiration, I don't know. Since I already have the authority to define this tree, I don't suppose it would have broken through the starport before everyone's eyes if I didn't discuss with Ryan while defining it. Of course, you don't have to discuss with anyone, be it Nasty, myself, on generals, the lawmakers, or that plushie on your shoulder. Haha. I'll take back what I said about you when I was chatting with my secretary. What do you mean? You are easier to deal with than Kristen. Set your demands. Lift the lockdown on Propel Paradise and allow the escaped plate to return to the capital's route for repairs. As to those involved in the incident. Escaped? That's not how DC will define what has happened. Researchers who stand on the front lines of Columbia science would never flee in the face of foreign sabotage, would they? What else? So how will you describe it? Lift the lockdown on Rhine Lab. You know what I'm talking about. You and I should hold an official meeting as soon as possible. You can't ask the government to undo something we haven't done. We have only been curious. We've only ever been curious. What can Rhine Lab do? Seriously, is no one sleeping tonight? I should have held some night wilderness tours. Huh. You just won't stay still, would you? Even when the plate's broken down. I did grow to like Aspen, for example. Like, I wouldn't say I hated him, but I mostly disliked him at the start. And I think Aspen's pretty cool, you know? Mostly. Like, not saying he's, like, flawless or anything, but, like, kind of a cool guy. I could say the same about you. You look like a clerk gazing blankly at the sky outside after coming from the vacation. Well, I was scared, but also excited. when we started fighting the Maylander people. You almost scared me when you tried to break that agent's finger off. Not really an emotional guy. The last time I was so excited was when I got approved for the Sky Loan. The loan shark was showing off levitating devices at the entrance to the local bar. There were so many people watching that they broke the fence. In the end, it wasn't education or economic circumstances that decided who got the loan, but who could fly a drone the highest and furthest. I see. Which was how you ended up being the sucker who got scammed into it. That night, I stupidly bragged to my wife, saying of the finger I used to move the control stick and with no chance for the future. It was only a few days after that you realized there was no battery in the controller at all. Yeah, I should never trust myself when blood gets into my head. But they still charged the blockade with us without a second thought, didn't you? Yeah, now we are like sister beasts to the slaughter in the wilderness, waiting for the government to decide the future. I feel like an onion thrown into a washing machine, getting layers after layers peeled off in these types of fevers. Do you want to escape the washing machine? Or do you want to be more than a powerless onion? A few years ago, I had an idea while going into the breached wastelands for the third time. If I sneaked inside with a truckload of pure gold ore and took it through the border checkpoint in broad daylight. Onion metaphor? Yeah, I think I heard that in Shrek. Columbians would forget all the terrifying legends in the blink of an eye and begin another great expansion. And it wouldn't be much different from what we are doing, though. Going through. Can read. Even if it began with bored tour guide rather than a scientist who split the sky. Even if it was a hoax rather than a milestone. We always tried to see new possibilities inside the door marked impossible, to escape the laws of common sense that seem to have no end, to go somewhere else and live a different life. You, me, and the hundreds of Propeller Paradise testers, even that run researcher assistant, Sky, we're still the same. We're all the same. The onion can't get out of the washing machine. But we can remember why we chose to go inside. If the government doesn't hang us all for treason tonight, I want to stay on Prepare Paradise, learn Lucky Sister Beast, and pay my debts. Can you deliver a letter to my wife? I don't really trust regular messengers. Would you like to join Fairness Store? I could deliver you. I don't believe it. There can't be a single scientist on Terra like you. Sound of hammering. How did you meet Gustav? Did you know about his and Maylander's plan? Sound of metal being polished. They might never actually got to teach him a lesson. The old fox ran off with the Maylander's people after the levitation layer fell. He was taken away in handcuffs. Handcuffs? Ha! He wanted me to take the fall for Propel Paradise, but he's the one who ends up going down. Sound of metal clanging. Good. I've been sitting here the whole day with those pliers and hammers. What are you studying? I'm preparing for a journey. The Kuranta gestures to the bottom of his shoes. Only then does Gordon realize that the sound that the Kuranta makes when walking does not come from shoes. A piece of crescent-shaped metal nailed to your feet. Doesn't it hurt? No, feet are more trustworthy than shoes in treacherous terrain, such as the swamps of Sargon, the ice fields of Sami, and the barren lands of Columbia. So, you don't plan on hiding your identity from me? My role is insignificant in this entire event. I simply came to help a friend, and made a new friend along the way. I do hate free spirits. You have enough experience to be my travel companion, but you don't want to do it. ATAO's gonna be purged after this accident. Why should I not go back when the old fox no longer has an influence? Besides, you recognized everything in my collections room. I'll always be inferior to you if I traveled with you. I'll make good use of the ATAO resources available to me. You won't recognize 5-4 the next time you see it. I look forward to it. Is there any place you haven't been? Like beyond the starport, I guess? There are many paths that no one has trodden before. If there indeed comes a day when humanity stands among the clouds, I will continue to cast my gaze to the land. I do like scientific consultant. He's pretty cool. So you coming this time, Mercia? Oh yeah, Mercia. I like Mercia as well. I think she's pretty cool. It's rare to see you not burying your head in work. Are you waiting for someone? What about you? Your colleagues already pulled out the propeller paradise before the sun had set. Another rule of secretaries: you have to be the last one to leave. Just ran into a bit of trouble when packing. Hover. Oh, thank you. I was wondering how I could get them down there. Yet you chose the most scenic route, one that would take you around the tree. I wanted to see the final resting place of Viola, your mother. Her epitaph is the leaves that grow upon it. Look up on your way out. She might have the wind carry one to you, if she still remembers you. You're not angry that I used Vela to complete my lander's mission? You also defied my lander's orders in order to help her. If it's to prison that you go from here, I would not consider it a shining example of Columbian justice. No need to worry about that. The Tin Man once decorated himself with drone parts that Mr. Salan discarded. Usefulness is not the only standard that he uses to judge. And this little rebellion won't be either. Ah, I think that's the one you were waiting for. I'll take my leave then. Give me the parameters, Sky. Transmission complete. Nothing out of the ordinary. The tree is in a great shape. I'd also like Sky. I like a lot of characters. You know, this game has a bunch of good characters. And then there's like Gordon, for example. But you already know that, don't you? Just making sure the battle didn't wreck your brain. The first thing I learned on the streets of Tramons was how to fight. I wouldn't be here at Rhine if a fight or two could wreck my brain. Until I come back, you are in charge of the tree's regular maintenance. any derivative projects, and all our staff, workers, and testers in Propeller Paradise. I need you to on top of your game. I got the projects, but the workers and testers have been asking what you liked. They wanted to give you a token of their appreciations before you leave. They stayed because of you, Director Lunaray. What did you tell them? I don't know. I have no idea what you like, other than our work. Take a Starport Wars stamp to pitch tomorrow. He will tell you everyone's personality and interests. She likes gummy worms? Okay, well, that's nice. Director. The first things I learned on the Barren Lands was how to deal with people. Oh, what do you like then? It's not hard to find out. Gummy worms. It was mentioned early in Unrealized Realities by Mulesi's that they bribe her with gummy worms. I see. I don't remember that, but it's fun. It's time to go. I'll leave the tree in your hands. Huh? What about the one you are waiting for? He's used to traveling alone. He's probably already left. Left? But we are in the Barren Lands. He will find a way. Hey, stop. This is Ryan Labs HQ. Visitors need to register over there. I noticed you the moment you walked in. Hard not to, given the clatter you make when walking. Did you just come from the Barren Lands or something? At least change your clothes, if you want to steal company secrets. What the? Director level access? Who are you? I'm sorry, I'll take you upstairs now. The others are waiting for you in the conference room. Thank you. Huh? Nice art. That's the gist of it. The rest of the details are on the slide. Propel Paradise was docked with Max GC. The district will now proceed to perform repairs and take inventory. Hundreds of tech firms, more than 1,000 research projects on the sky and flight, and some 20 to 30,000 people. It could take months to complete. Fortunately, Sarah's negotiations with Jackson were a success, and the Rhine engineering section will be able to focus on their work at Propel Paradise. Skyjacker is in charge until I get back. He's matured a lot. Wow, you're actually developing the new guys. Good work, Nasty. Thank you for your help. I would thank you even more if you deleted the photos where you make faces with my appearance. Nah, don't think so. Say, aren't you gonna tell me about your mom? No. Something's different about you. Not sure what exactly, but in a good way. Nasty. Alright, I cried. I came to terms with a few things, and strengthened my resolve with a few things. That's all. I didn't leave my lab to watch your little You have been a little too committed to science lately, Ferdinand. I'm almost starting to miss the days when you were scheming left and right to take over the company. And why do you think I'm not doing that? I'll ask you to recall what it that it was my breakthrough in high energy physics that have kept all our sections afloat these past 2 years, ladies. Yeah, yes, sure. Thank you for your help. Right, we'll take a short little break here now. And I'll be right back. Hey, hello. I'm guessing Dorothy didn't come to the meeting because she didn't want to hear you gloat. He went back to Site 359 right after the inquiry. She said she had a few dreams. Girl never looks forward. Saria, Nasty's already sent the experiment results concerning the tree to my mailbox. We're not here only to discuss the proper paradise matter, are we? Of course not. Then who are we waiting for? Perhaps you might be interested in seeing data from the Infi ice field. You're back, Miriam. Finally. Okay. I see. Sorry. It's been a long time since I've been in Colombia. Took me some time to fit my hoof irons. Broke them on the walk from DC to Tremont. Yeah, this is Director Adante Miriam, the missing random Director Malcolm was searching for in Black Forest, IS4, yeah. Yeah. Did not expect that. But hey, looks like we found him. Well, someone did. Or maybe he found himself. Maybe he went to the ice field to find himself. I'm glad I didn't wait for you on Proper Paradise. Had a car that could have taken both of us back to run together. You know, I never considered that at all. Someone obsessed with searching for death in every corner of Terra would be used to working alone, I figured. It takes 2 people with the director-level access to activate the core unit for that of that tree. I had wondered who Saria sent to help Nasty. The legend is already a pile of bones in the wilderness. The media questions if the Director of France Scientific Investigation section even exists. There's definitely no better choice, but... You want to know who arranged it? Justin Jr. Had some investments in Shepard, and no sooner than I have the Infi ice field than he got in touch. He told me to go to Colombia and straight to DC. I got Gustav's invitation soon after. Justin Jr. had obviously, let's just say, pulled a few strings. Shepard being the South Tournament down in Sami, gotcha, yeah. Yeah. Southernmost, okay. What the fuck, brain? Oh, gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Like more sense than Southern meant. Yeah. But yeah, I kinda got the message. It's on South. But now it's the most on South. Then why did I come back to Rhine? I found a fragment of that spherical superstructure in the depths of the Infi ice field, where the rootless flowers bloomed the brightest. Spherical superstructure. You guessed it? Yes. It's the structure that Kirsten's files mentioned. She said people in the old times called it the Stargate. Ah, I heard about that. That's like a show. Never really watched it, but like I know a little bit about it, you know? I have some basic info, like I've seen a few episodes. I'm sure Sarah will share the information with you soon. Any more questions, Ferdinand? I thought not. Nothing changed about how you ask and answer your own questions, Miriam. You've left Ferdinand with nothing left to say. Alright, looks like everyone's here. Alright, looks like everyone's here. This meeting is rather overdue. For the past 2 years, all of mainstream Colombian media and the tech tabloids have made it the same judgment. The gap where Galeria Stellare disappeared is a scar upon the starboard, and a scar upon Rhine. They've even come up with a whole narrative on the cancellation of Rhine's end-of-year cocktail party. Okay. We were all busy, that's all. Yes. But now we finally have some time. The joint project between engineering and ecological had some unexpected twists and turns. But the final results was the smashing success. Nasty. You are now holding the key to brand new domain. If we can keep it in our hands. Miriam's discovery in the Infi ice field has proven beyond all doubt that those strange tales that Kristen collected are, indeed, based on actual facts. Perhaps it will help us rebuild dialogue with the old era. And Ulysses has brought back data from observation station in Chirag. Data that's very interesting, or very dangerous. Can be both. I'm sure you have heard about the events in Bolivar. 20 science teams have gone missing in the Black Flow. Shit, I knew what that was at some point, I believe. I've heard Black Flow before, did I? I think the only thing I knew about this is that it's connected to demons, but maybe I'm mixing it up with something. Explorers and schemers will be excited if there are any developments with that swamp. Ryan should act too, Saria. Blackflow is an evil haunted swamp. It's been mentioned overheadedly in a place as a place in ZT with demons in it. ZT. Zwillingstrom? No, that was just like the first thing that came in mind with Z. Yeah, oh, okay, it was Zwillingstrom, okay. First mention was in Maggie's files, yeah, okay, gotcha. Magellan's already on her way. The events and phenomena that have unfolded since Kristen's incident indicate that the most well-hidden secrets of Terra all lead to the same answer. You should invite the doctor to this meeting maybe next time. Back to the mines, Magellan. IS-7 is confirmed to be Bolivar. I see. That's interesting. It will tell us the reason to Terra's existence, and whatever is this a disaster or a brave new world waiting for us in the future. I'm very excited for Bolivar diagnosed. Okay. I think Bolivar is definitely one of the places where we... Like, I mean, we do know stuff, but I guess we really weren't too much in Bolivar. I think it was just like the one summer event, right? It was like mentioned several times. Also, the second Rainbow Six event. I really hope there is a third. I really hope there's a third. And a few sections in a month. Oh yeah, Master's Travels. Yeah, right. But it still feels like a lot that we know about. It still feels like a place that we know about somewhat quite a lot, even though we weren't like there too much. Yeah. Ryan Labs has already made preparations, but that alone is not enough. We must respond to the fear of the unknown and go boldly where no one has gone before. Respond to the fear of the unknown. Okay, yeah, I just started reading the line again. What you said is absolutely correct, Nasty. It's kind of the same area as Higashi, where they have been setting it up for years, and you're finally starting story arcs there? Yeah. I did like the atoll a lot. Was good. However, Rhinelab must be the one to turn that key. Whoa. Of course, we'll have to make up cocktail. We'll have a makeup cocktail party. I can't read. Let's go, cocktail party. What's this, Justin Jr.? But we'll start science to that as the banner unit. Yeah. Right. No, they will both be banner units, I believe. I believe they will both be banner units. What's this, Justin Jr.? A newspaper sample. I would like you to think of a title for this article here before it goes to print. Are these scientists gathered to mourn the end of sky fever? A convergence of minds. Very cool. New discoveries. Rhinelab's view. Okay, you cannot really... There's performing arts. But like, I'm unable to read literally anything here. There's just performing arts. Rhinelab's fucked. Yeah. Or perhaps to usher in a tide of new changes? You send a screenshot of your communications with your colleagues to the Savior. More appropriate to put it as a DoD-aligned newspaper getting its hands on certain documents that could not be obtained by official means. But I heard your control has already reached the understanding with Jackson concerning Propeller Paradise. None too thrilled about it, are you? But it won't stop me from making another deal with you. We understand that, in the aftermath of the Horizon Arc project, Rhinelab's credibility with the Department of Defense has become roughly the equivalent of Mama John's scratch of lottery tickets. Garbage. Which is why I only came to you after Saria reached an understanding with Jackson. In the aftermath of the setback in Bolivar, the failure of the Horizon Arc project, and the Propeller Paradise incident, the Department of Defense credibility with President Mark Max has become... Well, I suppose I should spare you the proverbs. I don't know what exactly our scientists are planning, but I know the value they can create. In this, I'm sure we are in agreement. I'm a businessman, and my priority is Ryan's business's interests. Sounds like I have no reason to refuse. It's a pleasure doing business with you. To be frank with you, I didn't think much of you when Blake recommended you. Just engineers working with the American Department of Defense, notoriously a friendly and helpful branch of the government. Yeah. Huh. I'm sure you remember my life story that I just shared, which is a fairly interesting one, if I do say so myself. All you need to do is think think something of fate. As for your attitude towards the one who controls its pulse, that's really in your hands. Alright. Alright. We don't know exactly who he was talking to, but yeah. Because it was like a question mark, question mark, question mark. Right. Daily reset. So let's get stuff. Oh, we have 6, 7 in base. Very cool. But they were from the Department of Defense and no Blake, yeah. Who is Blake though? I don't remember that name.
I happen to have some issues I'd like to discuss with you. Are you available right now?
Blake was the colonel in Rome Trail. Ah, okay, gotcha. Right. Oh, wait. As always, I clicked on going back without stealing credits from my friends. Anyways, was like a really good side story. I really like that one. Yeah, it was just kind of really good. It was fun. It was cool. It was neat. It was boggers. And 11 is so much fun, exactly, yeah. But yeah, like what happened was interesting and yeah, there was, I don't know. I'm not good at explaining it, as we all know already at this point, I bet. But I just enjoyed that one a lot. So yeah. A lot of interesting stuff happened. I found it like... Okay, this is not like a complaint. It felt so fast at the start. Like everything that happened, it felt like started happening so fast. That's not a problem, just like an observation. But I did like, yeah. Yeah. I hate myself. I can't even speak. Okay, one important thing that we have to do now is... How do you change that? No.
Hey, doctor, pass me that towel, would ya? Yeah, just finished training. I need at least 6 hours every day to stay combat ready.
How do I swap the background? What was the button to do that? It wasn't archive, right?
Where are we going this
Oh wait, this? Oh, okay.
That's the plan. I guess you're picking up the tab?
Okay, the important thing we need to do is obviously... Wait, is it this? Yeah, okay. Swap to this. Very important. Oh yeah, there's this banner. Oh my god, there's this. Oh my god! I want to pull! Fuck! Fuck! Oh yeah, I already pulled on this one. This in the shop? Oh yeah, let me check. It's Ines. Well, I mean, maybe I'll be able to get her because I'll be pulling on bank, so I'll probably get a lot of yellow certificates. Fucking right after I spend my load certificates, they put a fucking unit that I want in there. They obviously like targeted me specifically. Well, it's the Arenian rerun first. Yeah. Oh wait, so Ines for... Right, yeah, okay. Well, doesn't matter. I'll just get her. I'll just get her in the future. I'll actually just get her on the Vank banner. That's the plan. Yeah, you got this? Yeah. What is this thing in the archive that's shining? Price overview on who? Ah, okay, cool. Rhine Lab. Anyways, I'll stop being distracted. Kinda, not really. And, okay, there's a little bit of a problem. So, we have this tier list. You might notice that there's something missing. There is no retracing our stats. The reason is let me show you. Well, actually, yeah. Let's get unrealized realities images. Let me get some like proper image, something that's like similar to the formatting
that. Wrong idea if I carried the doctor to bed?
that
Maybe I'm
has
better off leaving well enough alone.
like this picture would work. Let's say. Let's download the image. Sure. Yeah, I'm like fucking worried that I'll show something bad if I'm like googling stuff. I don't know. I'm paranoid. So now I will place the unrealized royalties in there. You see? Yeah. The problem is that I'll just like place it. You know where I would place it? I think it was worse than Lone Trail, but it is just S tier for sure. And the S tier is becoming really full, especially because there is supposed to be retracing our steps as well. Which, you know, yeah, just a lot of good side stories in this video game. Problem is that if I put there something myself, I refresh, it's fucking gone. So, yeah, I will have to like do like a whole tier list myself, I think, to make it work. which I will do in the future, but it will be just kind of tedious and take a while because I need to download picture for every single one of these side stories. To be fair, I guess I can do it easily and download it from this directly, which I guess will at least take less time. But it will take a while to insert all of them and then sort them again. But yeah. I mean, you did see where I would put it. I would put it at the bottom of S tier. It was kind of peak. It was really good.
People get the wrong idea if I carried the doctor to bed? Maybe I'm better off leaving well enough alone.
So now, we finished that. It was just really good. And for the rest of the stream, we'll go draw. I think for the rest, maybe, depending on how long it takes, we might do something later, like an IS run. I could do that, or maybe something else. One of the two. It's either IS run or something else, or maybe it's nothing. Maybe the drawing will probably take me at least an hour and a half, so it will be like 5 hours. And we'll just see. Who cares? Who even fucking cares? I do. Before that, I guess I'll collect this, yeah. Also, another thing, I still didn't do the EX stages, so we might want to do that as well. So that's something I could also do. But right now, let me get my paint. Let me get paint. So the prompt is Ebenholz sitting on a throne, which I'm guessing means toilet. So Lyra wants me to draw Ebenholz sitting on a toilet. Interesting. Let's get paint on. That's what is it? Certainly a way you could misinterpret it, misinterpret her. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by misinterpret, because that's like what she meant. So I don't know why you use that word. But yeah, let me get like a nice picture of Ebenholz. Oh shit, yeah, the Arknight's character, I don't mean a type of wood, thank you. Oh, let me also obviously.
If I carried the doctor to bed?
Well, one thing is that I'll click here.
Well enough alone.
So Blaze is not commenting this the whole time. There is the throne room. I don't know, will I try to draw this throne? I think I will. Copy image. Oh. Oh no. What the fuck? How do you... Okay, I actually have no idea, so we'll do it this way. I just think this is appropriate throne, you know? It's a cool looking throne. Kinda. Yeah. All right. Let me quickly change my stream title and category. To what though? That's a question. I see that Lyra's actually playing Ark Knights right now. This is not normally her time slot, but I'm forcing her to play Destiny later, so she has to stream now. Did I not save it? No, it doesn't load. Okay. So, let's start by drawing this throne. It's like kinda green. Let's take a part that's green, but like one of the darker ones. Sure. I don't really see how that throne works. Like, what is the part that you sit on? What are these, like, steps? I mean, I understand these steps that lead to the throne. But what the fuck is this? So that's like, yeah, confusing. I think I made it too small. Well, I mean, I can scale it. So this is like the shape. Kinda, not really. Let me like fill it, even though I know it's not like, that's not exactly how I want it, but just for now. And it's supposed to be like more this way. I think, kinda, not, not really. Okay. So then I'll do like need it to be bigger, basically. Oh. So like these two lines. I mean, I know there's a tool to draw a straight line, but like I don't need that. I can draw a straight line myself. I'm so straight. It's incredible how straight I am. Yeah. I made it too small again. Looks like it has to be bigger. Maybe I can just draw it smaller in general. It's not about the scale, it's about how nice it is, right? So now we have to do two bigger ones, like somewhat significantly. Well, something like that. It goes even like higher. Even though it's like a bit thinner, I guess. Okay. So now on the like here, there's something like this. Now we have to make like a small triangle, which is like a very cool shape. One of the best ones, I'd say. Well, I made it like way too spiky. It's more like bam. Not spiky, but too tall. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things connecting it. So one in the middle, obviously. Well, there also should be like a bit thinner, I imagine. Okay. Then there's like somewhat complicated like pattern in the middle. So let's start with the thing on the side. That's simple. This turn of like is like the simpler part of the obviously the whole drawing, yeah. That is the way I make it. And now from here it goes like this. And there is this. It's like kind of higher. It's not in a half. It's like, well, I will probably just honestly, yeah. Let's keep it like this and we'll change it later. We'll just make it taller. Ouchie. Yeah, something like that. On the top, it's just simply like this, like this, like this, like this, or something. Yeah. That's good, right? That's good. And now we just connect these to the bottom. That's like the throne. I think one thing I would want to do is like put this higher. No, no, this will be actually hard. Ah. Yeah, that's nice. It was a good one, I shouldn't have. That's solid. That's solid. Okay. Well, that's like the start, because that's like before. I mean, the throne is big, so I'll kind of have to draw Evan Holtz as being bigger. At least, okay, I guess it's about perspective. The throne looks to be very large. Is it even a throne, actually? I kind of just assumed it's a throne. But it was like a cold throne room, right? The place when we were there in Zwillingstroom. In Herbst, actually. But yeah. Again, I'm not like sure how this works. But let's say this is like the... Let's say, yeah, okay, we'll see. Okay, he has just kind of black clothes. That will make it simpler. Mm-hmm. Because yeah, basically all of the clothes is black. There's like a little bit of white. I think what it makes it harder is well, what part is basically what part is part of what. That makes sense. I'm making sense. Okay, let's start by making a bit more place down. Shoes. I have like an imagination of how it will look, but this is like the shoe, you know. We don't have to like, since we are looking from the front, that's at least like my plan. Yeah, the problem is now it looks like the leg and the boot is like a monolith. So we'll make... Might like make it a little bit lighter, but just like a little bit. This is like the knee. So it will basically, you know, like around here is the knee. He has some kneecaps. And we'll go like inwards a little bit. And this is where I imagine he would have like body. Like one leg. Well, let's do this like a body for now. This is a body. And what I want to do with the second leg is he has it put over his other leg because I like sitting like that. And it will look cool, I think. Maybe, or maybe it won't. I just realized, yeah, it's like part of the, I don't know how the throne works. Are there no handrests? Why? Wouldn't that be comfortable? If there were? You could look for a reference picture with Harkonnen Shore on the throne instead. Is there one of those? I don't know, there was a picture like that. Like literally anyone on the throne, so I can like understand how it works. Might only be from the back. I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm worried from the back won't help me too much. Yeah. Okay. Well, Lyra never told me to draw it from the front. Okay, I will have like some creative interpretation of how the throne looks. Okay? That's fine, I believe. I believe that's fine. I believe this shouldn't be here, I guess. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, what the? Oh, right, I'm stupid. Or shouldn't it be there? No, it shouldn't. That's where his ass would be. So it's not part of the leg, but... It's still, you know, his ass. And since it's black clothes... Yeah, I will just need to do like a little bit more shades of black or like very dark gray or something for this to like separate what part of body is which part. And like what is shoes, for example. Maybe this was like way too ambitious of a pose. The thing with a leg over your other leg, it kind of looks just broken. Also, it wouldn't be that far, right? It would be like shorter. if that was the case. If I sit like that, my foot is like barely like over my knee, right? Like my feet. Anyways, we'll take a short break here. And then we'll you know, finish this masterpiece. So I'll be right back. Yo, hey, I'm back. Right when the ads stopped. I'm so good at timing, shit. Anyways, no, okay, I must say I have like a perfect idea in my head how I want it to look, but unfortunately, I won't be able to draw it like that because drawing is difficult. Well, okay, first things first, let's put this back. Oh wait, well, one eye is still too thick, I believe. Yeah, that's like, that feels correct. Okay. So, I mean, we have this. Okay, the idea I had is I'll basically just lift this even higher and have that be like the armrest. That's my creative interpretation of how the throne is supposed to fucking work. So it would be like here, I'm guessing that's like the height of armrest. I would guess. Okay. I should make it like like a different shade again. So I should make, should that be lighter or darker? I guess darker. But then I should make darker like the whole thing in the background. Or I could make this lighter instead. That would work. I guess it would, yeah. Lighter, I said, right? Yeah. So let's do just like a little bit, you know, just like a little bit. It's apparently brown and not green as well. Just did that to see the contrast. It's like a professional art trick, you know? Because I'm a professional artist, so I know those. This should be like this, kinda? No. Yeah, something like this. And we'll take this color again. Wait, I didn't need to actually do that. Stupid. No. What? Oh, right. Okay, now what I want to do is like have him have a hand. I want him to have hands. I know, crazy. And so the hand will go like here. And he's like having the elbow here. He has an elbow. He has both hands and elbows. It is kind of crazy, you know? And he'll like have it go back up. Like this is the elbow, right? And he'll be like leaning his head on his hand. Or something. But not like that. So this will be like a shoulder. He has like all the fucking joints, you know? All of them. Well, no, honestly, I will probably forget a lot of them. Shoulders are joints, right? You can tell shoulders are joints on account of how they join arms to torsos. That makes sense. Okay, I never... Are joints actually called after joining parts? Or is that just like a coincidence? That's crazy, okay. Never occurred to me. I feel like I'm making his hands like too big. Or arms. I mean, there's like some white on his collar, but let's add that later when we're doing like details. Right now I'm doing like arms. Yes, he's causing a lot of harm. And this arm, you know, from the shoulder will actually go down. There's a shoulder again. And it goes here. Okay, it looks really stupid how it's all just like a fucking black. I just really need to use different shades or something. Like, they will still be black, just like a different shade. Because this is kinda... looks like he's just a shadow. Now we'll pick his skin tone. And so he will be like, as I said, I want to make him like lean on his head, which will be like here. Well, I mean, it's not too bad. It's Iskander, but has a small head. No, I guess it's normal. That's normal sized head. Everyone has her head, and that's good. So actually, are his hair are also black, right? Or is that like a dark brown? I think that's black. I mean, it depends. I feel like this is black. This is brown. This is not even dark brown. I know obviously that's the light, but... Oh, what the fuck did I just do? That reminds me, let's save. Let's not forget to save. It's important to do that. Purple is usually not a single perfectly even tone. That... Well, yeah. But I will draw it as one even tone that does not reflect light, you know? And I'm wondering what one tone I should pick. Okay, I kind of don't need the throne anymore, so like, let's put it here. While I take you. And put you closer so it's easier to look at you. You have like purple eyes. And you look angry. So one thing is I want to take your skin color and take a bit darker. To use for your hand. And he's like, you know, this is like how he's leaning on the fist. It's a fist. Now I will take the lighter one again to fill it. Didn't have. Well, maybe. Okay, let's first take this again. Take well, okay, actually from that side you wouldn't see separated fingers, now would you? From this side, I think. Me when I'm artist. Right, I wanted to use the lighter on that. Again. You would see like some parts though that I should definitely draw for it to look like proper. You would definitely see that there are like, well, joints, you know? Well, I might do this just like even. It's like a thumb, you know, up there. I mean, this kind of look like a hand, like a fist, doesn't it? I feel like it kind of does. Like, it's not perfect, obviously, it's very... But I think it, like... It's very recognizable what it is. I think I just did the outline like way too thick. So let me maybe try to fix that. Oh, that's the other green, okay. Okay, no, like, I think that's a solid hand. That kinda achieved what I hoped for. It will still kinda be covered by his hair, I'm guessing, to an extent. But yeah. That is what I wanted. I think I'll also tell you the darker again, that's this, right? Yeah. And put it like his, so it's not like because you can still see his neck. It's not like his what is it called when you have like the collar that's like covers the whole neck? I mean, there's type of clothes like that. I think it's like specifically on sweaters. But I think some t-shirts also have that. But yeah, that's not what you are wearing. We still get to see your neck. You do have one of those. Okay. Now let's do eyes. I think that's like way too thick again. That's just too thin though. This is like the outline kinda of the eye. Kind of looks stupid. But it is like how it kind of looks on him, no? Maybe it's just not as pronounced. Maybe it looks stupid because it's the only thing on his head so far. And you have like quite a nice color on your eyes. I kinda love that. What a good color. And then you have like a brown inside that. Okay, I think the hair will do a lot. If anything, I might like then remove like the bottom half of the eye thingy. But I think the hair will do a lot. We don't really have a front view of you, huh? Let me look at the gallery. Evanholt's Arc Knights. Importantly. And let's look at the gallery if there's... Wait, do they not show like CGs? They do. There's not like one that's perfectly front view though, but there are some that help, I believe. Well, you just very much have the thing that has like all of the fucking Arknight characters have, where you have like the middle thing between your eyes. A lot of characters have that. Okay, from the CGs also, looking at them, your hair definitely looks more brown, like dark brown than black. So I'll use dark brown. I'll pick like here. That's fine. Maybe a bit lighter. Like this part, maybe. No, that feels too light. I think this is good. Yeah, as I said, this fucking middle part that every single character in this game has. And a lot of, like, anime-style characters, I'd say. And then your hair is just kinda quite messy. Yeah, a lot of... Like, from the front, it also looks like you have short hair, but then you have the... ponytail. I guess. You also actually have, like, such long hair, huh? It's all the way to here. This is still hair, right? Like, they... Oh my god. I'm just jealous I'm fucking balding. Yeah, I don't really see that size of his head, even on like this CG that I have opened. Literally on all his pictures, you only see him from the left. Well, from his right side. What the hell? That's crazy. Literally all of the CGs. At least if I see all of them. Well, that's fine. Let's say it's just like this then. Let's say this is like your hair. Oh. Yeah, that's very clearly not connected. That looks bad, honestly. I mean, Definitely have like this. Is it fine if it covers the eye a little bit? I think that's fine. I also think I'll get rid of like, oh shit, no. This is the right tool. This. I think it just looks better if it's like that. It's like a really messy hair, like with a lot of small stray thingies. Well, let's do his ears. His ears kinda... That's like a very common theme, I think, if not all of them, that their ears... I guess it makes sense. No, yeah, that... I guess. That their, like, ears have same color as their hair, but no, that just makes sense, I would say, actually. Well, it's like... I mean, my ears don't have the same color as my hair, for example, you know, but... But it makes sense, since they have basically body hair on their ears, kinda. As I said, there's like a lot of small random hair. But it looks kind of bad. I think. But the way I draw it, it looks bad. It looks good on him. Hey, hello Lyra. Hi. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a nice stream. You were playing When Elegies Are Ashes, right? I'm guessing. Well, yeah. That would just kind of make sense. Can't believe what they did to my man Kulan. Yeah. But it's Speak, no? As you can see, I'm trying to draw Ebenholz. And I see beautiful Ebenholz. Yeah, right here you see a beautiful one, right? Here you see just like random ass bum. But yeah, the hair is like, why does everyone well, maybe I just can't draw hair, but Viviana had fucking awful hair to draw. And this is also kind of rough. He just has so many like very small, short like strands of hair all around. But if I just draw this, it looks ugly, you know? So I don't know what to do with that. It's weak. I like it more than the Vina Victoria story so far. Really? Okay, that's cool. I think it was a good one. I'll do like I'm just doing like very random. I mean, his are definitely bigger. Maybe if I with dinner and more like well, we'll see. Let's try it. But yeah, I'm glad you like it. It is a good one. I did really like Unrealized Realities. It's another one I put into S tier. I'm just putting everything into S tier nowadays. They should really just like do something about that and make the side stories worse, you know? No, that's... No, that's... What the fuck? That looks bad, the hair. Okay, I'll take this color, but like lighter. And do like few of these on top of his head as well. I did like I did try to go with like a more, well, at least for me, a pose that I would say is a bit more difficult, you know, than just like sitting. Uh, okay, you know what? I think like except no, nothing. It's just bad. And then you have like orange horns that are very, very twisty. Oh, that's like way too bright. That's like way too dark. That's alright, I guess. No, that's like way too... It should look like they are going backwards. So they are going very much to the side though. Oh. Okay, this is rough. Okay, this is something. Then we can pick like a really thin one and do like few of maybe like a little bit lighter one again as well. Okay, well, it's something. It's something for sure. this is... well, I did definitely have, like, pictures I'm happier with. Again, I will, like, be... I removed his head. I thought I copied it. Oh my god, that's funny. Okay. I thought I copied the head, but apparently I just fucking removed it. Okay. 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 How do I do the ear? The ear looks... oh, right. No head. The ear I drew looks very bad. The other one is like behind the hand, so you can see it. That makes sense, right? Okay. Oh wait, I'm missing one horn. I wanted to say let's go to like the clothes details, but he's still missing one horn. So let's do that maybe. Oh. So it will start like if this... I made it like too much on the side, I believe. That's not like the worst shape compared to how long it took me to draw this one. Do I just... honestly, yeah. I think that's just solid shape for the horn. Now this is this color, right? Yeah. Well, first things first. Actually, let's cover that because there are some places that weren't covered by the bucket. Da-da-da. Okay, that's way too much. Da-da-da. Okay, I mean, that's solid, right? It's fine. Like, it's not the best, but it's fine. It's like white. Oh, the hair, I'm like very but I think like the overall it's fine. It's good, I think. Okay, let's now take like this, and let's take a lighter one. It's like brown now, but I mean that's fine. Okay. I see. Yeah, that's just brown. Okay. So I want black, but I just want it to be like very. It doesn't have to be obvious, but I want it to be like a different black. I guess you can like recognize that at least that it's different. Which is, yeah, kind of what I wanted to achieve. Now I want something just to like differentiate the legs from each other, so it doesn't look like a monolith, as I said. So that will be just like a line. Did I make it like a grayer? Wait, is this just... Oh. I have to play ads. So yeah, let's do that, and I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. So, well, I think the idea that I have would be to get like gray, but like really dark one, but not like brown, because if I just take this and make it lighter, then it turns into brown, and do like line like this. Basically. Maybe it's too light because you can vary. Well, maybe that's good though. You know what? I think I might do the same, like around the... What is a sleeve of a fucking trousers called? Well, I mean, the whole trousers are just 2 sleeves, basically, right? Thoughts? I think that's good way to do what I wanted to achieve. I should probably make it on top as well, though. But I feel like if that's not like... that wouldn't work. I believe. Okay, let me put you here. So there is a picture with you, with your head again. Okay, I'll just do it. I think it's... it might... yeah, like, okay, it wouldn't be there if I was, like, actually doing some type of shading or something, but... I think it's a good solution for what I'm doing here. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, I should probably also give him eyebrows. Now that I think about it. I'm thinking that his face... he also definitely has, like, more pointy chin. I think I made him have, like, a rounder face. Which is kind of happened because, you know, I was throwing his health tilted, which is something I'm not used to doing. So let's do like this, kinda. Well, that's like too much, so let's... Okay. I think that helped a little, but not much. Anyways, let's see if the having eyebrows helps. Like, really yeah. I don't know. It's like weird because I feel like at the same time, like, damn, I did like a pretty good job, but also then I look especially at like the head, both the face and the hair, and I'm like, oh yeah, right, okay, that looks pretty bad. But yeah, it's hard for me to draw without reference, and I mean I do have reference, it's just that I'm drawing him in completely different pose. Also, how the fuck does his face look from the front? I mean, again, there are like... There's really not like exactly from the front angle. He does have like a really... Like, out of all the CGs I see here, the one that has like most from the front, and it's not from the front at all, is this. You know? So that sucks. Well, let's look at some of the details on the clothes. Like, there's like, for some reason, 7 belts. First, let's start with the collar. I need to move you like closer, so I don't have to still scroll from left to right. I got a bit of his shoe, but that's fine. So there's like a purple gem, but that's like for later. What's important for me is that it goes like this. something like that. Again, it's just difficult because I don't see him from the front. And it's like kind of a dark purple gem. Maybe it's darker, probably. It's not even about darker, it has like a black outline. Yeah, okay. Give me this again. Wait, when that happens. Oh, okay. So he has like a white thingy on his shoulders. Yeah. It wouldn't be like that. I imagine at least it wouldn't. It would be like, oh yeah, right, bad green. More like this. Oh. I guess that's actually the color that I wanted to use. Let's take the gray. So one thing is there's like a gold. So what's like the gold color? Like this. There's a stripe of that. And then I'll take the light gray, the pre-made one. Because it's like a strings hanging from that, right? So I'll just do this basically. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's a wrong color again, okay. Okay, then you have like a goat that's just like flailing around. Damn. Why? Why do you have that on you? Right, to make it more difficult for me. Anyways, let's do like the 2 belts, because you have 2 belts. The one is, let's say, like this. The other is kinda like this. This would be like a bit to the side. There's some gold accessories, like there's this ring, there's some red. I do want to do dice. That reminds me that I didn't do his second hand at all. His like hair is just like hidden behind his body. It could be like, I could make it visible, but I'm fine. That's his right hand. So if I'm sitting like this, oh, I literally made his hand super small. What the fuck? That's stupid. So here would be a thumb. And all the other fingers would be kind of like here. That would be like all of them. So we can take the, I think it was this one that I was, no. Or is it? Hands, fucking hands. Fucking hands. Damn, I'm drawing a really long time today. I need to charge Lyra extra. No, I just need to end. I need to, like, finish. Which, like, I think I'm mostly done, you know? I'm trying to make him have, like, well, a hand. I'm trying to make him have a hand. Just, oh, okay, well, one thing is the other thing is I think the thumb is like way too big. Like it's probably still way too big even after this. It's also like, I think the thumb is way too far away from the other fingers. Yeah. So that should be wider right here. No, not like that though. I mean, it should be kind of further from the other. Okay, yeah, you know. Yeah, okay, good. That's a nice stamp. And obviously we now draw 3 dice. What? Oh, why is there like the white? What? Who made that? Oh, I think I get it. It's because I actually draw white there, right? Oh shit. Reminds me, save. If I messed up something, that would be so bad because I didn't save for a long time. I think there is some sort of auto saving, but damn. Would not want to do that hole again. And now we'll take like oh, I should have put no way that works. Okay, it will look kind of stupid, but I'll do basically just okay. Why is it like this? This is so annoying. It's a sun. I drew a sun. Damn, that's crazy. Okay, I mean, I think it looks like a little bit stupid, but I kind of like it at the same time. Like, if I was able to do like a transparent color just change opacity of this like yellow and orange to 15% or something, I'd be very happy. This way it's kinda now let's do, you know, the dice thingies. That's how you do 7, right? On a dice. I know it's not a 7-sided dice, I don't even really care. Oh, actually, no. You know what? Let's scare a little. Let's scare. Because I have an idea. Did I use a normal white or this white? Well, it doesn't matter. Let's just. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Let's say I used that one. This is the normal one. Wait. So okay. Dices. So opposite to this is 1. So let's say this one is 5. So this would be 2. So this can be 3, for example. This will also be 3. This will be 4. Could I just do the main side, honestly? Nah, it would suck. But I might make the stuff that's not the main side smaller. Yeah, I'll make it instead of 4 pixels, let's do 2. So again, I said that the top one can be like 5. Oh. Five. And this can be 3. So here can't be 3. So let's say this is just 1. Very simple. No, I would put 1 here. So can't be 6. Can't be 3. Can be 5 or 2. Let's do 2. So here it can just be 4. Can do a 6. It can be 1. Can be 4. Can be 5 or 2 again. So let's do another 5. That looks pretty bad when you zoom out. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. It's alright. Okay, I think with how long we spent on this, he just put his jacket off. Or the coat or whatever. The coat is somewhere else. He just doesn't have it on him. There are like buttons on the front of that. I can do the one thing. Bam. Let's get this. There's like a... brown, or yeah, it's like a brown here, but where does that come from, honestly? It's probably like... Well, let's actually do it with this. And then obviously like the belts are over that. I should probably make it go more to the side, honestly. Like bam, basically. Bam. Then I'll grab this color again. Then I'll grab the white again. Wait, this is the other white, right? And this is complicated to see. Let me see the other picture. Okay, one, buttons, which have like similar color as this. And this doesn't end like this brown thingy. It's very much like goes from the white color thing, which should be longer, I believe. Or like larger, just. Oh, misclick. It's like I just made it kind of messier, I guess, but it's fine. I guess the brown can also be a lot larger. Well, actually, it's just hidden below the code. This should be all the white, kinda. Now that I'm looking at it, you know? And it should just overlap with the brown when the brown happens. It's just like on one side looks like he has it like overlap out of the color, and I should probably make more of these. Thoughts? I think it's aight. I think it's aight. Uh-huh. I wouldn't say it's like... I mean, I spent a long time on this. I think... I think there's like, in the process of drawing, I think there's a bunch of stuff that I like how I made them basically, but I think mostly like the face and the hair just very but I just couldn't make them better. But I think overall it's like, it's fine, it's good. I would say like overall it's one of the worst ones, but it's also still so much better than like when I started doing this. So yeah. And I think improvement is important. So, you know, let's save. And yeah. Let's raid Ark. Look, Ark is streaming. I never get to raid Ark. But let's raid Ark. And yeah, tomorrow we'll be starting the TT event, side story thingy. Which is cool. Tomorrow at noon Central European summertime, you know, as always. We'll be doing the TT side story, and well, we'll start it. We'll probably do like the first half, I'm guessing. That would be like the goal. But yeah, I'll be today going to play Destiny. Well, it's fun. Well, right now I'll probably go get something to eat. Well, thank you everyone for stopping by. And bye.